The Snow Country Hunting Life of the Northern Nobleman and the Raptor Wife. Volume 3. The Northern Nobleman and the Raptor Wife's Village, Great Renovation Plan, by immerse. Translated by Cute Origin. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade. Chapter 108. Ritzhard's New Challenge. Today, Mother was working hard from the morning again. She made breakfast with Rauperon, sang lullabies to Anna while making jam, processed the fish Siag caught into dried food and returned to work after lunch. After I started living with Mother, I unexpectedly could not handle the free time I had. Even when I offered help, she told me to rest. I pointed out that she was overworking, but Mother said that it was normal. When I asked Siag to say something to Mother, she made a troubled expression. According to her, Mother and I are very alike. I'm not fluffy and buoyant like Mother. When I said that, Siag turned her gaze and stared elsewhere. When I listened what she wanted to say, she pointed out that both Mother and I are hard workers who do not realize it ourselves. Apparently. Hard worker, eh? Well, that's all fine, since she now had some leisure in our lives. I thought of starting new, so I pulled out something that bothered me for a few years from the study, which are Father's research papers. On the cover, Beekeeping in the Snow Country was written. Beekeeping is raising bees for honey and wax. According to Father's research, the land here is the northernmost point of the habitat of bees. In the village, honey is thought of something that is imported from outside. There are quite a few beehives in the forest, but people don't bother them since trying fight bees only hurt them. There probably are many villagers that have never had honey. It's very tasty. How unfortunate. Personally, I like honey very much. Pouring honey after placing butter to melt over fresh warm bread or cake. Placing plenty of honey inside crispy scones, even adding honey to warm milk is great. The soft sweetness is unbearable. Even so, most of the times I had honey was at grandfather's place. Sometimes, I get beehives from Tiburon. But just how is he collecting them? It's a mystery. I'm thankful that he's offering me precious honey, but I didn't how to process beehives, so there were quite a few times I ended up wasting the honey and wax inside. When I return home after being able to have honey anytime at grandfather's place, I sometimes missed the luxurious life at the foreign country. With the money needed for buying honey, many other things can be bought. On that line of thought, it felt wasteful to buy honey from visiting merchants, so when I discovered in the study that Father had written something about beekeeping, I felt happy. However, when I read it, there were many bothersome processes which I did not have the leisure for, so I had them tucked away. Years passed. I met Siag and married her and had children. Mother came back too, so now I had some leisure time in my life. Now might be the time to challenge beekeeping. Father's paper had information on beekeeping with words and pictures together. It was very easy to understand. To collect honey, a hive has to be set in the forest in early spring, and then wax, scent and sugar water has to be placed inside to lure the bees. If they feel that the place is better than their hives, they move in. The honey collecting is done after the snow melts in spring. Unexpectedly, the honey can be collected until autumn. In winter, they do other things to survive the winter. Surprisingly, bees can survive the winter. I started spending time on learning the art of beekeeping, organizing the budget spendings. I checked how many beehives there were in the forest and made blueprints, proceeding smoothly with my plans. For starters, I reported it to my family. And so, I'm planning on beekeeping. I reported the new challenge I took up with the references I prepared, but Siag and Mother did not look that pleased. They were worried about the stings the bees. Richin, it will be bad if you got stung by a bee. Don't worry. Bees are creatures that don't attack first. Bees are very docile, gentlemanly, or should I say sincere insects. They won't attack as long as I don't move too much. Bees only get aggressive when something happens to their home or if they're being forced to do something. Honeybees are docile and craven, so if one approaches in a benign manner, they won't attack. As long as I am cautious, there's nothing to be afraid of. When I explained earnestly, Siag and Mother accepted it in the end. From the next day, I set about making the hives. Section. Beekeeping begins in early spring. It's autumn now, so the plan has to be suspended for a bit. Meanwhile, I decided to try some other business. Even so, I did not have any inspirations. My head was blank, so I decided to consult Siag. Hey, Siag, I have something I want to talk about. What is it? I explained to her about the new business. I told her that I wanted to open a store that can be run during the depressing polar nights. I thought that it would be a nice idea. After thinking hard, I thought up a cafe where people can play games, but it was somewhat strange. It's not just the villagers that get depresses, but also the soldiers in the fort. During the polar nights, Kalmos, everything is dyed dark, that even people's hearts seem to be dyed in black. Siag, what did you do for leisure in the military? Let's see. She said that soldiers did not have that much leisure as they had strict discipline. She just went out on strolls to the park on holidays, or played tennis with her nephew Claus. I heard that sports are good to refresh our nerves, but still, playing sports in the snow-filled polar nights is a bit hard. Other than that, I visited pubs once a month. Pub, that's it. A store that is simple dishes and alcohol might be good for make people happy. Pub, that might work, but wasn't it hard to purchase food during the polar nights? Ah, that's true. During the polar nights, we spend a time quietly on preserved food. We have our lives, so it will be hard to open stores. For the fund, I was thinking of using the gold bars I received from grandfather. However, even if I had money, merchants don't visit during the polar nights. I thought that opening a pub would be a good idea. While I was hanging my head in disappointment, Siag raised her voice in exclamation. When I wondered what it was, she told me that there's something good. Ritz. Try canned food. Canned food? Canned food is processed food stored in airtight metal cans which are then sterilized for long-term storage. When she was training in the mountains, she explained that canned food was used for rations. Hey, there's something like that. In Siag's country, there are also ones for civilian ones. We had left everything regarding meals to the cooks, so I did not have the opportunity to visit the markets for that. Come to think of it, I never saw them here. Right, here, merchants don't sell canned foods. Someone once brought them, but they did not sell well as the villagers had their pride in making preserved food. Canned food is not something I actively seek out, but it might become very tasty after some work. I see. Canned food, will it be the product that will save the village? First, I decided to consult a merchant and see if I could buy them. Chapter 109, Canned Food War. First half. Canned food is food preserved in tin cans by removing the air inside and sterilizing the can to prevent the food from spoiling, for long-term storage. It seems that they were originally made for solving food problems in the military. Apparently, seeing soldiers from collapsing from getting ill from spoiled food and getting malnutrition from not getting fresh food, a foreign king offered great rewards for a solution, which led to the creation of canned food. In the early stages, the cans were opened by heating the soldered lids, which sounds rather cumbersome. Decades later, new types of cans, which can be opened easily by using hammer and chisel, were invented. When I told Mother about the pub and the canned food, she agreed. If there's canned food, we won't have to struggle so much before the polar nights. Kalmos. I hadn't thought of the price, but I am thinking that it would be nice if the advantages of canned food were taught in the pub and the canned food spread to stores. The low birth rate problem of the village is dire. We might be filled only with old people in the future. Then, canned food will prove to be very useful. Tomorrow, a merchant will bring some. Hey, I see. Mother was listening in a buoyant manner, but maybe because she thought of something, she suddenly made a serious expression. What's wrong? Canned food, Richard. Canned food you say? Mother twirled her fingers on the table as if to draw something, but I could not tell what she was trying to draw. When I handed her paper and pen, she drew something that was like bread that had risen. In the middle on the can, there was a drawing of fish, and then she asked with a trembling voice. See, could canned food be this? Sorry. I never saw canned food before. I see. Siag should know, so I'll call her over. Siag took Arnold to the room to lull him to sleep. He might be asleep by now. A few minutes later, after seeing the picture of the canned food Mother drew, Siag tilted her head. Lin Chan, is this the canned food you know? The canned food I know aren't inflated like this. Ah really? Siak drew canned food on the paper. Maybe because her drawing skills weren't that good, the picture was not that different from the inflated can mother drew. Is it different? I'm sorry, mother-in-law. My drawing skills are not good. Well, the shape is fine. More importantly, I asked why mother was so afraid. Mother started talking about her experience from the decade of traveling the world. Was it soon after we left? At a port of the neighboring country, they were selling canned food. She was thinking of dining at a restaurant, but further took interest in the canned food sold at the port. The shape was peculiar, so it interested him. Also, the container was swollen up, like risen bread. Siak said that she never saw such canned food. Further thought that it might be a defective product, but when he asked the shopkeeper, the reply was that it was normal. The content of the can was herring. Surströmming, or so it was called. Inside, there's herring pickled in salt. Daddy thought that the inflated can was interesting, so he started saying that he wanted to eat it. He asked the shopkeeper how it is meant to be eaten. The fish first has to be washed with spirits. Then, along with steamed potatoes, pickled vegetables and sour cream, it should be wrapped in a chewy flat bread called tunbread. After buying bread and vegetables, the store decided to have the food in the park. Daddy had hammer and chisel, while I was holding the can down. The moment the chisel was driven into the can, the stench spread. It was so strong that made her cry, Mother recalled with a sad expression. Apparently the fish has a deathly stench. Really? The tears didn't stop for an hour. Father also thought that it was rotten, so he went to the store to get it refunded. However, the canned food was not rotten, but fermented. It was food that had a strong smell yet was tasty, so it was loved by some of the inhabitants. Still, no matter what we tried, we couldn't dare have it, so we gave it to a person at the store for them to eat. Mother affirmed that surströmming was the most pungent food she ever had. She said that it smelled dozens times worse than rotting food scraps. On top of that, unfortunately, the smell did not go away from the clothes and the luggage. I think that the villagers can't have that canned food. Oh, of course, even that tolerant mother has food she abhors. Surströmming. I vowed to not buy it even if a merchant brought it. Of course, rotten, I mean, fermented herrings are not called there is to canned food. Siag explained that the canned food she had during her days in the military were not surströmming. Siag persuaded mother that she had nothing to worry about. I even promised to do the tasting first. There could something further wrote about canned food in his study. I see. I'll search for it. Sorry if there aren't any. It's all right. As mother said, there was a research paper on canned herring. I had thought he was rather calm, but unexpectedly he does not like to just go over it. According to the research paper, surströmming was to be made with herring caught in spring, as per the king's decree. It is made by putting herrings in a container of salt water, leaving them in for 2 months for fermenting. Before cans were introduced, they seem to have been made in barrels. As for reason why the cans swell up, they are produced without heating for sterilization, so that the fermenting process can continue, creating gas. As to why they did not properly salt and heat the food, they did not have enough sunlight to create salt, and they lacked fuel such as firewood even for heating, so they had to resort to such means of making fermented food. This was also precious food for soldiers during times of war, apparently not rotten, but fermented. Surströmming. When I read the paper, I felt like eating. Of course not. For the peace of the village, I vowed to never touch them. Section. The next day, a merchant brought about a dozen different kinds of canned foods. I was wary of surströmming, but I could not find any canned food with the labels in the language of the neighboring country. I asked the merchant about that. Apparently, pickled herring can be bought at cheap prices, but they're not bought since it's not well received outside of that country. I thought that it was a wise decision. All the canned foods are imported from overseas. Unfortunately, I couldn't read the words. I thought that I would just have to make by with the pictures, but Siak said that she can read some. There's beef, fruits, vegetables, and also condensed milk. It seems condensed milk. It seems that the big can had dairy. Siak, looking at it for the first time, held up the can and read the information written on it. It seems like it's milk concentrated with sugar. Hey, canned dairy might be nice. I bought everything the merchant brought. They were expensive since they were imported goods, but I convinced myself that people have to spend money to keep the economy going as I purchased them. The merchant said that there will be a discount of 20% if I bought in large bulks. I felt thankful for that. I paid the money and parted ways with the merchant. Seeing the cans on the table, I felt excited to be able to buy preserved food with money. I had never imagined that would be possible. This is rather exciting. Well, I don't think it will be that amazing though. I see. First, we have to confirm if the canned foods are delicious. Tonight, the Rango family is resting, so our dinner will consist of canned foods. Chapter 110. Canned Food War. Second half. Mother prepared dinner. Vegetable soups with plenty of root vegetables. Triangular cheese pie made with potato and bacon. White fillet fish and mushroom grilled with herbs and butter. In the basket, there were thinly sliced rye bread. After praying to the spirit, we started eating. Since it had become very cold in the past few days, the warm soup healed the body greatly. The simple taste of vegetables boiled for a long time was good. The triangular pie was split into two with a knife so that we can share. The crust was crispy, the cheese was thick, the potatoes were soft, and the bacon full of pepper was just irresistible. The white fillet fish and the grilled mushrooms were eaten with bread. Fish from early autumn have plenty of fat, so they're very tasty. I think that the combination of buttered mushrooms, fish and bread is justice. Richin, is it good? Delicious. How glad. She asked a similar question to Siag and smiled happily. It was a peaceful dinner table. After dinner, we started tasting the canned foods. While Mother was lulling my son, I took out the canned foods from the shelf. Siag silently stared at the cans laid out on the table. It seems that they look different from the ones she had from her days in the military. The ones we bought from the merchant are ones that just started getting mass-produced. They're products made with the latest technology. Siag, what do you have in the military? Siegelin suddenly made a sour expression. Oh no. How wonderful. No, I mean, I apologized if I shouldn't have brought it up, but she said it was all right. The food in the military was terrible. Combat rations are foods that can be stored for long periods of time over great distances, that the food was more for getting the nutrients quickly rather than for enjoying meals, or so she said. Our main diet was hard bread called hardtack made with flour and water. The hardtacks were also called iron plate crackers. They're small biscuits smaller than one's hand, but they had a scary solidity, probably hard enough to block bullets. There were also canned baked beans, cans of fried nuts, coffee and black tea, but since they were all made with low funds they were mostly disappointments. Siag bitterly said that the food in the military were extremely disappointing. Even in the dining halls the food was just warm, not too different from the food she had in the field. Siag recalled with a sad expression. If it didn't hurt her diet too much, she even had just canned food in the room, she said. Back then, just opening a can was hard. Of course, there are no tools to open cans on the fields of battle. So, apparently, she had to open them with her sword. So, I was surprised to see these. Siag was staring at the part attached on the cans with a serious expression. I heard from the merchant that they are called winding keys. The shape is similar to the clock keys. Apparently, by winding the notch attached to the can can be opened easily. They invented something great overseas. Indeed, the age of opening cans through force is over, Siag was murmuring. Also, she murmured that it was really fortunate that she came here. If I had rejected the marriage, I might have been having cold canned food along in the barracks. No way. How nice. It really was nice that I met Siag at the ball. The battlefields were very desolate. Siag. Maybe because she remembered the painful days in the military. Siag made a melancholy expression. She looked sad, so I hugged her tightly. Siag silently accepted my embrace. The food here was dreamy. The reindeer meat that foreigners apparently can't handle was very delicious too. I'll continue to prepare great food. Thank you, Ritzhard. I never knew that the diet in the military was that bad. It was unimaginable for me. Come to think of it, when I first met Siag she was much thinner. I have to give her even more delicious meals and make her put on some weight. I thought as I patted her head. This really is paradise. It is breathtakingly beautiful. The food is great. My husband and child are cute. and my mother-in-law is diligent and kind. Yeah, I felt as though I heard me being included in the list of cute things, but I just thought that I just misheard. Section. To change the mood, we started trying the canned foods. Today, we are opening corned beef, which is meat cured in salt. It seems that these are being mass-produced in a foreign country, and are a hit product. Since I didn't have beef that much, I was excited. We decided to quickly open the keyed can. I grabbed the key attached on the notch at the side of can, and wound it around the can to open the can. Inside, there was a lump of meat. Since it could be opened easily, it was good for elderly people and children too. Corned beef is beef cured with large grains of salt, and then sliced into small pieces, after which they are spiced. In foreign countries, it seems that they usually don't slice the beef beforehand. Siag recalled that Siag sometimes had corned beef as a part of her combat rations. They're not that delicious. They were greasy and the smell was hard to bear. I see. I placed the beef on a dish. Even if they were split into many pieces, there was quite the proper chunk. I sliced some with a knife and hid some. Well, it wasn't especially delicious. As Siag said, it tasted like meat processed in salt and grease. I thought that it was amazing how it didn't have a strong taste like wild game. Indeed, it was meat from livestock. Siag said that they were much tastier than the ones she had in the military. I got it. Well, if we cook it, it might become delicious, I think. Indeed, it was rather salty, so I thought that it would go well with potatoes. After adjusting the flavor slightly, it might be nice to grill them with cheese. I decided to try it out right away at the fireplace. I brought a pot, potatoes and spices from the kitchen and started cooking. The potatoes were chopped finely so that they could be cooked easily, then were cooked until they were crispy. Afterwards, I added in diced corned beef. After adding a bit of salt and pepper, the whole thing was done. First, I tasted the thing myself. As I thought, potatoes go well with it. Since it was unexpectedly delicious, I recommended Siag to have some as well. I can't believe that such a taste comes from corned beef. Nice. Siag also said that it was delicious. Afterwards, we had fish, oysters preserved in oil and other things, but unexpectedly all of them were rather nice. It seems like we can have canned foods. I checked the period for how long the canned foods could be stored, which was 3 years. I thought that these might change the lifestyle of us hunting people. Since we could take care of the food, the next problem was deciding on the spot for the pub. Well, I am the Lord, so I can build wherever I want though, if possible. I'm thinking of somewhere near the square or the gift store. For that, I have to consult the shop lady and her husband. First, building an establishment with a cellar is the top priority. While consulting Captain Artonen, I wrote down the plans for the pub on a paper. Every time something was decided, I reported to Siag and Mother. I told Siag the contents of today's discussion. Come to think of it, Anen, did you decide on a name for the pub? I completely forgot about it. Store name, how about Wonderful Seagolind? Rejected, as I thought. But I think it's a great name. Even when I asked if she had a good idea, she merely crossed her arms and frowned without moving. It seems that she couldn't think up anything good. Then, how about the Crimson Eagle? Well, hey, when it's the tourist season, Siag's fan ladies might come over. Well, then, alright. Siag looked sour, but accepted in the end. Frontier Pub, the Crimson Eagle. Yup, it's a great name. Chapter 111, Remote Land Pub Plan. The plan for the pub gradually proceeded. The location of the establishment is next to the gift store. Fortunately, the shop owner and her husband welcomed us. The building was being raised smoothly. The craftsmen of the village were doing well. The store was to a wooden single-story building, and I am planning on painting the roof white and the walls blue. Since there are many red houses in the village, I wanted it to stand out and I wanted it to be in the color Siag likes. It would be finished 2 months later. I want to open it before the Polar Nights. Camos. The Polar Nights will come about 3 months later. Buying alcohol and canned foods, designing the interior, thinking up the menu. There was a mountain of work to do. Thinking that it would be nice if it could become a place where people can spend the depressing polar nights happily. I did my best every day. Section. In our bedroom, after our son went off to sleep, We made rustling noises under faint light. Presents arrived from Siag's family. 3 large wooden boxes, a box of potatoes and a box of apples. In the other box, according to father-in-law, there are many miscellaneous goods. The apples are harvested in this period. I see. There are no apples around this area, so I was not used them. Apparently, father-in-law had been growing them in a corner of the ranch. Siag handed me an apple. It seems like it was all right for me to try it. After thanking her, I took a bite. You are sour. Since I would weigh Kano, I quickly covered my mouth. Siag burst out into laughter. Isn't this too sour? Sour, you say? I gave her the half-eaten apple and told her that it was really sour, but unexpectedly, my wife had the sour apple without changing her expression. It's not sour? No, not really. That can't be. It's just normal and delicious. While we were talking about that, a memory from a year ago became clearer in my head. I remembered. We had apples in the foreign port. That was a year ago. On that day, we discovered that Siag was pregnant. Pregnant women like sour food. Liking sour food, see, could it be? No, I don't think so. Exclamation mark. I did enjoy sour apples from a long time ago. Really? Sorry. No. Oops, I'm being greedy, to be hoping for a second child. Furthermore, giving birth puts great strain on a mother. She still has to rest. Just having Arno born is a miracle already. While I was kneeling down on the floor and feeling crestfallen, Siag patted me. She had a troubled expression, so I quickly explained. Sorry. I'm not being disappointed, but I'm just embarrassed of myself, should I say. I confessed what I was thinking in a frail voice. Then, Siag tightly grasped my hand. When I looked up at the face in alarm, she had a soft smile on her face. It would be nice if we could have a second child! Exclamation mark. Unexpectedly, Siag told me a wonderful wish. The moment I heard that, I thought of hugging her and kissing her. But she promptly turned around and headed back for the luggage, to open the third box. My outstretched hands flailed in the air, and from that momentum I slipped and banged my forehead on the floor. Both my body and my heart hurt. Hey, are you alright? Why yeah, what about Arno? No, he didn't wake. Then, it's alright. She asked me just what I was trying to do, but I lied and said that I just slipped while trying to get up. In the third box from father-in-law, there were fruits, nuts, berries, confectioneries and bottled goods. The fruits smell nice. The box was filled with a sweet scent: pears, red peaches, plums, walnuts, chestnuts. It was full of the tastes of autumn. There are many kinds of fruit in Siag's country. Our country doesn't have that much though. I see. As for this land, the fruits that grow here are berries. There are many fruits in the market, but they're mostly imported. Moreover, they're expensive. I think that it would be nice to have an orchard here, but the trees will wilt from the cold. Siag said that the situation was similar in her country. There are not that many kinds, but the fruits that can grow in snow are aromatic and sweet and sour, with apples being the prime example. Siag told me a story about fruits. In my homeland, there are 3 words for describing kinds of fruit. Siag held up a bottle strawberry jam in her hand. We called berries like strawberries biran. The meaning is grainy fruit. Berries also grow in Siag's country, but it seems like the variety is not the same as my country. The second are fruits with large stones inside, steinobst. The meaning is stone fruit. Apricots, plums, peaches and cherries are included in this variety. Finally, fruits with small seed at the core, kernobst. The meaning is core fruit. They usually refer to apples and pears. It seems that the demand for kernobst is high. My country is called the country of apples by people of other countries. Siag's country produces a lot of apples, fruits which are loved from a long time ago. I recall a foreigner getting surprised from seeing me take an apple out of my bag. That really is surprising. Carrying fruits in a bag. It's the first time I heard of something like that. For getting full, quenching thirst. There are many uses for it. That really is nice. I didn't know that Siag liked apples that much. Since they sell apples occasionally at the market, I thought that it would be nice to buy some. The fruits that were sent this time could be stored for long periods of time, and they were usually used for confectioneries. There were lots of them. so I might be able to think up a menu that serves them. Apple pie, apple cake, baked apple, apple scone. It feels like they will all use a lot of butter and eggs. Dairy is precious, so I don't want to have to use it in the pub during the polar nights as much as possible. In addition, we can't procure eggs in the polar nights. It's a pub, so wouldn't it be alright to not have confectionery? But still, I would like female customers as well, not just men. However, to make baked goods, I would need eggs and butter. I can buy butter, but I can't make mass purchases of eggs, which spoil easily. I think caramelized apples would be the limit. They might go well with crackers or biscuits. All right. Crackers and biscuits have to be imported, but they can be stored for long periods of time. I might introduce coffee or black tea for female customers. Somehow it's not really a pub anymore. It's not a cafe either. We're not just serving food. So it's not a restaurant either. I wonder, something like a pub, something. Or is it different? Well, it's okay. Not tied down by anything. The liberal Seagolind. The name is wrong. Right. The Crimson Eagle. I want the establishment to have a warm interior and a bright mood. The poster girl would of course be Seagolind. While I was having delusions, I suddenly realized something. I had not yet asked her to work as a waitress at the pub. I promptly told her about it. Siag. What is it? I have a request. When I bowed and asked if she could help with the pub, she said that she will help even if I hadn't asked. I will help as much as possible. I'm happy. If there's someone so cute like Siag, there might be men who come to see her. When I told her that, Siag had an awkward expression. I think that there's a higher probability for cute girls to come in. Right. I remembered that Siag was popular with the women. Even before the store opened, I felt that there would be many female customers, so I burned up with a mysterious sense of duty that I have to fill the menu with many sweet foods. Chapter 112, The Herring Fair and the Secret Dessert. Today, we went to the herring fair being held at the port near the village. Mother, Siag, Arno, all of the family went. I had Arno wrapped in a cloth hanging from my neck and held him under my arm. A baby is warm and cute and the best. It's the first time I'm going to the herring fair. It's an event with a long history, being opened once a year. They usually sell processed herrings there. Other than those, there are also delicious breads, vegetables, spices, among various goods. Until now, I have been living alone, and it was enough to fish in the lakes and rivers. It seems that Mother frequented this fair every year. Every time she came with Father, he would get lost. What a troublesome person. Then, did I go to the fair when I was young? Grandpa said that you shouldn't go since Richard would be lost in the crowd. I see. Mother's father, my grandfather, is much stricter and more earnest than my paternal grandfather. However, after hearing more stories about him now, I could tell that he wasn't all just draconian. It would have been nice to know more about grandfather. While we were talking, we arrived at the port. Maybe because it's still early, there weren't many people. According to Mother, it seems that this period is right. If there were many people, she was planning to wait with Arno. But it seems that it would be all right to go with Arno. The main item of the fair is the pickled herrings that the fishermen are proud of. Depending on the store, there are many different kinds of seasonings. Mother seemed to have a shop that likes to visit, so she proceeded without even glancing at the other stores. It's been a decade since Mother came here, but the store she had in mind was still there. She looked happy to see the shopkeeper again after many years. When I glanced at Siag, she was making a strange expression as she was looking at the stores around her. Siag, what's wrong? Nothing. I just thought that the atmosphere of the city is different from usual. Since there are so many fishermen opening stores. I see. It's not rare to see fishermen betting everything on the herring fair that opens once a year. Everyone brings out their prized pickled herring and competes, or so I heard. Mother bought herrings from the first store she visited. The goods were packed and then placed into the bag I was carrying. She bought 3 kinds of pickled herrings, one with carrots, one with herbs and one with pickled onions, in large quantities. After we bought what we wanted, we strolled leisurely around other stores. We also bought cheese, processed salmon, tomato sauce, canned fish, among many other preserved foods. Ritz, will you be all right with the luggage? I'm fine. The bag I have was bulging now. Siag and mother also had luggage in their hands. We might have bought a little too much. This could be sold at the pub. Thinking that, I ended up buying a lot. Well, there's only a few times a year when we can shop this much. It's good sometimes for a change, I thought. Our stomachs are empty, so let's go eat. I wanted to say, but we decided to load the luggage onto the carriage first. Today, I splurged a bit and hired a carriage for the day. Siag decided to change Arno's diaper and breastfeed him inside the carriage. When I was about to get on as well, mother said, "Richard, you can't," softly rejecting me. I was ordered to stand by in front of the door, to protect my family. I stood guard in front of the carriage door. The carriage can be locked from the inside, though. After we finished shopping, it was time to eat. Only during this period, a special restaurant opens, or so I heard from mother, so I was looking forward to it. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, my eyes opened wide. "Mother, this is a restaurant?" Siag looked a little surprised as well. Mother led us to a large fishing boat. The special store was an on-board restaurant. When we went inside the ship, there were many tables like a restaurant. Maybe because it was before lunchtime, there weren't many people yet. The shop lady had lent us a cradle for Arno. Possibly because we were on a ship, Arno went off to sleep, though I rocked the cradle for a bit. I placed my coat over him so that it won't be cold. "Now then, what will we have?" When the menu paper arrived, I told mother and Siag that they can look first. "Lin-chan, Richard, you can have whatever you want." The other day, mother received her share from her traditional handicrafts, so her purse was filled. It seems that the bracelets and the hair decorations mother makes are popular among tourists. The shop lady was happy too. Siag and mother seemed to be done with deciding their dishes, and handed over the menu to me. This is hard to choose, befitting an on-board restaurant. There were many different kinds of seafood. Since it was a special occasion, I wanted to have something that I usually could not have. Shrimps, I guess. To share, we ordered many different dishes. A while later, the dishes were served. First, an assortment of cheeses was served. It was rare to see cheese with nuts or herbs in them. There were aperitifs as well, but Siag is breastfeeding so she can't have them. Mother can't drink either, so I ended up having to drink it. It was a free service from the store, so I couldn't waste it. The drink was strong, like how fishermen like it. I drank it as tears formed in the corners of my eyes. Now, the long-awaited food was served. Mediterranean shrimps blanched with herbs, round slices of boiled eggs, salmon, lo-ai, grilled with herbs and butter, an assortment of vegetables, herring gratin, mackerel in tomato sauce, the staple salmon milk soup and sliced rye bread. There were many fish dishes. After praying, we started eating. I picked up a shrimp and an egg slice with a fork and dipped them in tartar sauce. The shrimp was chewy and went well with the mild flavor of the sauce. The boiled egg was nice too. The salmon grilled in herbs and butter was being served at the stalls too, and the delicious smell was unbearable. I could finally have it. The surface was crispy and some oil had risen, so it was delicious. The taste of butter and herbs was just indescribable. The herring gratin is also called the alluring gratin. It's made with herrings pickled in salt and oil along with potatoes. It is said that these are tasty enough to tempt vegetarians. The surface had crispy potatoes and there was cheese melted inside. The savory flavor of the herring went well with the thick white sauce. It might go well with alcohol too. Mother liked the mackerels in tomato sauce. The salmon milk soup was a stable favorite. The herring salad tasted light, so it was good. The spices were nice, and went well with bread. Everything tasted nice. With full bellies, we returned home. After we returned home, we all went about our work. I went to the outdoors kitchen behind the house. What I was going to make was the snack I was going to bring out at the pub. I am using the apples and the crackers I received from father-in-law. For many days, I pondered how I should bring out the sweet flavor. The problem of not being able to use eggs and butter in the middle of the polar nights will be solved with the crackers. I hadn't made any yet, so I'm not sure yet. The seeds were removed from the apples and then candied. The caramels made by boiling condensed milk, along with crackers, were heated in a pot until they became soft, after which they were placed at the bottom of a plate. Apples, apples and crackers were placed on top, along with some breadcrumbs, and baked in an oven. The apple pie was finished. I took some home, thinking of asking Siag and Mother how it is. I prepared some tea and served the pie slices. "How is it?" The moment she put some pie in her mouth, Mother's eyes glistened. The corners of Siag's mouth had curled up slightly too. Even without hearing it, I could tell it was delicious. I decided to have some as well. The surface was crispy, and the inside was moist. The sweet and sour flavor and the chewing texture of the apples were good too. The crackers soaked in caramel was a little too sweet. Well, for making this for the first time, it was quite good. Maybe I should tone down the sweet flavor? Don't worry. Women like sweet things. It might go well with coffee too. Aha! I noted down what the women said. Unexpectedly, the apple pie received amazing reviews. It seems like I could take care of the sweet snacks for the pub. I felt relived. Chapter 113. Ah, wonderful nuts. Today, I set about processing the nuts I bought from the merchant. The nut in question is walnuts. Walnuts are one of the delicacies of autumn. I heard that they're very nutritious and good for one's health from father. Other than that, they make one's skin more beautiful as well as prevent aging effects. It is also good for insomnia and strengthening one's organs. Freshly picked walnuts are cheap and easy to procure because they have hard shells. That is a little bothersome though. For walnuts, the insides are eaten. Seeing the 3 boxes of walnuts, I reflected a bit that I got a little too excited. Maybe because I had a troubled expression. Tiperon was going to help. Then, "Can you help me with getting the walnuts?" I explained to Tiperon and started working. I peeled the green fruit that definitely looked as through the air unripe. The process is simple, just smashing the fruits with a hammer. There is the method of placing the fruits in water or burying them to rot them, but they have to be left there for 2 weeks, so using hammers are faster. I brought 2 flat slabs of stone from nearby to start getting the nuts. Then, let's begin. Brown juices came out of the walnut fruits. These dyed my fingers. They're troublesome like berry juice, in that they do not come off easily. I have to be careful to not get them on my clothes. We continued working in silence. Even so, Tiperon is quite fast. He got rid of the fruit and filled the basket with walnuts. Thanks to the strong warrior, processing 3 boxes worth of nuts was done quickly. Afterwards, we were to rinse the walnuts. On the surfaces of the shells, there are astringent bits, so we have to remove them. We got water from the well and washed the nuts. Even here, Tiperon kept pumping water. I'm envious of that stamina and those muscles. If I tried to pump water at the rate Tiperon did it, I would definitely get muscle pains the day after that. That was the sad reality. After washing the walnuts, they were laid out to dry with a net placed over them to deter bugs and animals. A fortnight after drying the walnuts finally became edible. If left in the shells, they can be stored for 1 or 2 years, serving as a precious source of nutrients. Moisture is the greatest enemy to walnuts. Thus, I stored them where there was plenty of ventilation. Amazing. I wonder if I bought a little too much? Seeing the great amount of walnuts, Siag exclaimed in surprise. I am reflecting on it. I decided to give a third to the Rango family. Now then, why don't we try some? It can be eaten raw, but since it's hard to remove the shell, we eat it after roasting it once. How do you shell the walnuts? There's a nutcracker somewhere. I have a nice steel nutcracker, but objects can't be found when searching for it. I couldn't help but crack them with my hands. The shell looks hard. Can you really crack them? If you know the trick. I picked up 2 walnuts and arranged them so the hard blunt bits will touch each other, then clenched hard with both hands. Then, 1 shell would be cracked. If done well, both shells can be removed. All right. I grabbed 2 walnuts and clenched them to crack them. With a clear sound, the shell split. Hey, amazing. I think anyone can do it though. I talked about cracking shells as though I knew a lot, but honestly I think I was lucky. It's been a while since I cracked walnuts with my hand. I was relieved that they were split cleanly. The dexterous Siag managed to learn the trick in just a few minutes. Be careful not to hurt your hands. There's no need to worry. The two of us cooperated and opened enough walnuts for both of us to eat. I lightly fried the walnuts in a pan. Once they were fried a bit, the brown husks came off as well. First, we hid them with a bit of salt. The fried walnuts had an aromatic scent. The texture was crunchy. I thought that the saltiness was just enough. It's good. Indeed. It would go well with alcohol indeed. As she was abstaining for now, she stared off into the distance. Next, I tried making caramel walnut jam. The method is just adding fried walnuts and honey to condensed milk caramel and boiling them. We'll have these with bread. I spread plenty of the completed caramel walnut jam on bread. Then I took a bite. The compatibility of the walnuts and the caramel was amazing. It was just boiled condensed milk caramel, but it was very sweet and had a soft flavor. I felt that it would go well with toasted bread. Siak also praised that women would like these. Then, should I make a toast meal set? I think adding them in the dough would be nice too. Caramel walnut bread. That will definitely be delicious. For that, I asked Aruparon to make some later. Section. The menu of the pub was slowly getting filled out. The menus that were already decided are soup of potato dumplings with corned beef inside, limited to 5 servings a day, fried corned beef and potatoes, fish and tomato sauce stew, fried oysters and mushrooms, daily soup. For the permanent menus, they will be simple dishes able to be made with canned foods. For the potato dumplings that will take some time, they will be limited menus. There will be rye bread and caramel walnut bread for the bread. For the alcohol, berry liqueur, red wine, potato liquor, beer. In addition, we decided to serve alcohol only for 3 hours every night. No one is to get dead drunk, absolutely not. Non-alcoholic beverages, berry juice, coffee, tea. There's not that much for some reason, but it can't be helped. I am trying to make some other things, though I'm not sure if it will succeed. Finally, the desserts. Caramel apple pie. For the desserts, I am still in the process of researching them. Indeed, making confection without eggs or milk is hard. After the polar nights are over, I want to make the menu better. I'm curious about the snacks using buckwheat that the shop lady mentioned. Nighttime. After everyone went off to sleep, I went to the kitchen. To add another drink, I decided to try making a sample. The ingredients are honey, brown sugar, white sugar, lemons, raisins and yeast. First, water is boiled in a pot. Sugar is added and the mixture is cooled for a bit, after which lemon juice is added. It is then cooled more. Once the mixture became lukewarm, I added yeast and left it for a day. Then there will be a little bit of fizz. That is added into a bottle with raisins and sugar, then cloth is put over the lid. It will be finished after a week of leaving it in a cool storage. Sparkling lemon juice, complete. If it's a little sour, one can add honey. If there's too much yeast, it will become alcohol, so I need to be careful. I referred to Mother's recipe for this. It was a juice I was used to from a long time ago. I tried it after a week, and it was rather good for the first attempt. It was refreshing, so it might go well with snacks with strong flavor. Section. The building that I left to the carpenter was completed recently. The blue walls and the white roofs were appraised as cute by a neighbor lady. Since the shop lady said that many people asked what the building next door was, so I decided to make a sign. Remote land pub The Crimson Eagle, opening before the polar nights. For now, we will work every other day, opening from morning to night. I can't even fathom how many people will come and how many people we would need. I will have to learn as I manage the store. We made a poster for advertisement as well. I asked Mother to draw the picture. I was asked to write something, so I wrote about how the Crimson Eagle will be a fun place serving good food. Also, I remembered to write, the cutest and the most popular women will greet you. I put up the posters at the Fort's Dining Hall and the Village Square bulletin board. Just a little more until the opening of the store. I continued to prepare while enjoying it greatly. Interlude. Halloween of the Remote Land. I was surprised upon seeing Mother and Siak's appearances when they came home after shopping. They had great amounts of pumpkins in their hands. Just what are those for? I'm thinking of doing a Halloween party. Halloween? When I asked what it was, Mother started speaking energetically. It was a foreign festival that she experienced in the middle of the trip. However, Mother did not seem to be used to the festival, called Halloween. To summarize the story: draw demon faces on pumpkins, cosplay and threaten that you'll play tricks unless there are treats. Have a pumpkin cuisine party at night. It sounded like her memory of it was fuzzy and vague. There might have been something holy to the actual festival. However, I think that it will be fun. I thought that it would be good to make this a festival for the whole village. Since a festival involving treats is good for children, the villagers would also be happy if children came to play. It's just a week away, but I quickly drew up plans and went around the village asking for favors. Section. For now, I named it Halloween of the Remote Land. For the houses that are cooperating, I asked them to place pumpkins outside their doors. The children will dress up and go to the houses with pumpkins to get treats. After receiving the treats, they will help out at the house and then return. I went around the village and asked for cooperation. It was a festival involving children, so there were many houses that accepted. I also asked Captain Artonen about it. The kind captain said that he will have a pumpkin on the window and wait for the children. The shop lady was very glad to celebrate Halloween again, saying that she missed it. Then, I heard the whole story about Halloween from her. Halloween is a festival where the autumn harvest is celebrated while chasing evil things away. Depending on the region, the history and the interpretation can vary greatly. Most of the time, people see it as a fun festival where people dress up and get treats. There is some religiousness to it, but not many people mind it. The shop lady said, "Well, I guess it's good if people enjoy it." Aha. Well, it started from Mother's vague statement, but we would be able to enjoy Halloween unique to this village. I bought many ingredients for making treats and returned home. Halloween was tomorrow. We were busy with various preparations, so I had not been making snacks. Mother and Sayag were making some, but since it was a rare opportunity I decided to make something as well. Of course, I am making pumpkin snack. I decided to make simple scones. First, I cut open pumpkins and boiled them until they became soft, after which I mashed them. Frankly, peeling the skin off would be better for the texture, but pumpkin peels are full of nutrition, so I mashed them up together. I added warm milk into the pumpkin mash and kneaded. In a bowl, I mixed flour, baking powder, sugar, butter melted using a double boiler and the softened pumpkins. Once the dough formed, I started kneading it over a plate that had flour sprinkled over it. I kneaded it using a wooden stick, folding and rolling it many times. I put the dough into thin cups that had flour applied to it to get round shapes. Then those are placed on oiled iron plates, with fried pumpkin seeds placed on top. They were finished 20 later. The dough had risen properly. I left them for a while to let the residual heat go away, and then I tasted them. The crunchy and fluffy scone had the original sweet flavor of pumpkins. The fried seeds were delicious too. I asked Sayag and Mother to have some as well, and they liked it. Mother and Sayag were making cookies with chocolate and nuts. I had only one, but they were very delicious. After the three of us finished wrapping the snacks, we started preparing for tomorrow. Right, Richin, I made proper Halloween costumes for you too. Eh? Don't only children dress up? I was about to say, but Mother ran out of the room cheerfully. I only got bad vibes. When she returned, she joyfully showed us the clothes. This is for Lin-chan. She prepared a witch's black hooded coat for Sayag. It was unexpectedly simple, so Sayag looked relieved as she received them. This is for Richin. Mine weren't clothes. There was a headband with triangular attachments that looked like cat ears. Mum, these are cat ears. Sorry, I didn't have time to make clothes for Richin. No, it's alright, but isn't it fine if I don't dress up? But there is the theme of being a black cat couple. Black cat couple? Sayag and I both got surprised. There were cat ears on her coat hood. Sayag's cat ears. I think they're cute. They're very cute. I think that's my mother. What a genius to have cat ears. I love Halloween. It's the best. If I had time, I would have made tails too. Oh, tails. For Richin. No, I'm fine with tails. I asked her to get a good night's sleep tonight. I stared at my son's face as he slept in his cradle. When Arno grows up, I would like him to put on many different monster costumes. Section. Halloween. Immediately, I took a peek at the cat witch Siag sitting in front of the dressing table. She had the coat on, but she didn't have the hood on. I sneaked up behind her and put it on. "Oh, it's a beautiful cat." She sent me a sharp glare through the mirror. "But it looks good on her, so isn't it all right, Ritz? What about your cat ears?" "Huh. Is it bad if I don't have them on?" "It's better to have them on." Who would be pleased with an old guy with cat ears? However, I felt sorry to only have her dress up, so I also put on the cat ears. Come to think of it, there was a Halloween phrase, right? Trick or treat. That I wanted to hear it from Siag, so I'm happy to hear it from her. "Hey, Siag, say it again." "Trick or treat." "I see, how troubling. I don't have any treats." I spread open my hands for her to play tricks on me. Siag looked exasperated. It's the first time seeing someone welcoming tricks like that. "Really? If possible, something other than hitting me?" I asked, with an expression that seemed to say that she can't help it. Siag approached. She put her arms around my shoulders and kissed me on the cheek. "Tricks are the best." Section. At our house too, many lovely monsters visited. They threatened us for treats, but when we gave them treats they became nice and helped out. They helped pack dried mushrooms, helped out with the gardening, played with the dogs, doing various things. I left the sharing of treats to Siag and Mother, while I went to the village to check on things. Surprisingly, there were many houses that helped out. Captain Artonen of the fort also said that it was a healing experience because many children visited. Finally, I went to Tiperon's house. He also had a pumpkin in front of his house. I had explained Halloween to him just with gestures, but I'm happy that it got through properly. When I knocked on the door, Tiperon greeted me. He had a basket of treats in his hand. Tiperon. I'm not a kid, sorry." However, Tiperon silently stared down at me. Could it be that he will give treats if I say that? Trick or treat? Tiperon made a nihilistic smile and gave me a treat from the basket. Thank you. After that, I helped out with cleaning up the wood bits that were lying around after my Tiperon chopped firewood. The children at the square said that it was fun going to Tiperon's place. I wondered just what happened. They said that it was a secret. Later, when I was coming back home after shopping, I heard the joyful yells of children. When I took a peek, I saw Tiperon lifting up a child. The children around him were happily insisting that they were next. The Halloween mystery of Tiperon was solved. It was a sudden event, but it received positive reviews from the villagers. I thought that it would be nice to do it again next year. Chapter 115. Foreign Feast. After seeing the menu of the remote land pub The Crimson Eagle, Mother commented, "The menus look like things old people would like." Well, a 30-year-old old man did think of it, so it can't be helped. I can't think up what young men and women would like. Furthermore, there weren't many ingredients, so it was hard. Then, how about pasta? Pasta? Yes. Could it be something you had overseas? Correct. Pasta seems to be a food made in various shapes by making dough with flour, eggs and water. Then these are boiled in it with various sauces. I couldn't imagine it at all. Shall we make it? What? Have you been working at a restaurant? A lady at an inn taught me. Hey, what's more, they managed to get close even though they didn't know each other's languages. During their stay, Father followed an unfortunate schedule of working at night and sleeping during the day, so he didn't translate for them. He really is an absurdly useless being. But, don't we need eggs for pasta? Eggs got in the way again. Because we can't use eggs, the menu overall became catering to old people's tastes. However, Mother said that it was alright. There's pasta that doesn't use eggs. I see. Promptly, Mother headed to the kitchen to make pasta. Moreover, after Mother returned, Tiperon allowed us to use the kitchen. I wonder if she was cheering us on in her own way. Her encouragement was warm, and I felt happy. In addition, today the Rango family are off duty. Then, let us promptly start making them. I look forward to it. When Mother teaches things, for some reason, she uses polite speech. The reason is unknown. There are only 3 ingredients. The ingredients for pasta are flour, salt and olive oil. That is all. Now, we shall start making ear pasta, or ecchi means small ear. First, Weigh the flour. To be able to make some myself later, I noted down the recipe on a piece of paper. Half of the flour is flour used for bread, while the other half are coarsely ground wheat called semolina. Semolina usually used as substitute for breadcrumbs when deep frying, or for making snacks such as cookies and cakes. In a bowl, the flour, lukewarm water, olive oil and salt were mixed together using her hands. It seemed to take quite a bit of energy, since Mother had beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Though, even when I asked if I should take her place, she refused. Once the dough formed, a cloth was put over the bowl to make sure the dough doesn't become dry, and then it was left in the cold storage for a few hours. 2 hours later, the thinly spread dough is cut into stick shapes, and then those are sliced further. When the front part is pulled with pressing the dough with a knife, the dough flips. It seems that maintaining this shape is the point. The completely pastu is dried for a while. For the sauce, broccolis boiled until they turn stick are nice. They don't sell that around here. Sorry, since it couldn't be helped, I made sauce with things I had at home. It seems that tomato sauce is commonly had with pasta. Then, let us make tomato bacon pasta. All right. There are many cans of tomato and bacon. I think that this dish can be added to the store's menu. While Mother was preparing to boil the pasta, I made the tomato sauce. The ingredients were preserved tomatoes made in summer, water, bacon and vegetables. First, sliced and dried garlic is fried in a pan with olive oil. Then, the garlic is removed, and chopped onions are fried until they turn light brown. The fried onions are moved to a separate dish, and afterwards bacon is fried. Once it was cooked slightly, onions, tomato, water and spices are added, then heated to make tomato sauce. At the same time, the pasta seemed to be ready. Today, we invited the Rango family for luncheon. On the table, there was a strange dish other than pasta. When I asked what it was, Mother replied that they were dishes she learned when she was staying at a place of people who looked similar to the Rangos. When I left, I got a low tea of rare spices. Hey, I see. There was bread made using corn, with finely chopped vegetable and meat on top of it, along with some red sauce made with the spices. Is this tomato sauce too? Something like that? Question mark. Mother gave me a very brief explanation. There were quite exotic dishes. It became a fine feast. When we were about finished with the preparations, the Rangos came. They presented us with a large chunk of smoked bear meat as a gift. It was before the polar nights, so I was very happy. I greeted them by pounding my chest with my fist. When I led them inside to the dining room, they happily looked at Anna, who was sleeping in his cradle. Everyone likes children. When Sia greeted the three of them, they, except for Oyuparon, returned to the usual sharp expressions. Mother asked them to take seats. Before we started eating, the three of them whispered something with their hands on their chests. It might prayers before a meal. We also prayed to the spirit. When that was over, Mother introduces the dishes. This is taco. I wonder if Rango-san also had it. When offered the food, Taparon pounded his chest and took a bit of the food that Mother called taco. Then, he opened his eyes wide and looked at Oyuparon, who was sitting next to him. Seeing him like that, Oyuparon also took a bite. The moment Oyuparon had some taco, tears started rolling down her cheeks. Oyaru-san, what's wrong? What should I do? Was it too spicy? I heard Mother murmur, so I also tried some. You are spicy. The description Mother gave was indeed very rough. On top of the taco, there were lots of spicy foreign spice, called chili, used for it. I also had tears rolling down my cheeks like Oyuparon. Oh no, Richin, not you too. Sia gave me some water. How kind. It was spicy, but I felt that I would get used to it. My body warmed up too. Before I realized it, my Oyuparon was eating it without changing her expression. Oyuparon also calmed down and started eating with a smile. It seems like they like the dish Mother made. Could it be that they missed it? Ah, that might be it. Here we can't get the spice called chili. They might have been happy to taste flavors from their home after a long time. Ah, right. We were in the middle of eating, but Mother went out. A few minutes later, she came back with something in her hands. Oyaru-san, these are chilies and chili seeds I received when I was traveling. Since we don't make a lot of dishes using chili, she decided to give them to the Rangos. Oyuparon received them with a surprised expression. She was crying again. Instead, Taparon pounded his chest and bowed down. I'm glad that you liked it. I don't know what the environment for raising chili is, but I thought that it would be nice for the harvest to be successful. It might be a good idea to ask a merchant if it's possible to order chilies here. After that, we started eating bacon tomato pasta. Delicious. The pasta was springy. The pasta was dimpled so the sauce mixed well. It was rather satisfying dish. It was simple to make as well, so I thought that it was perfect for the store. The people of the Rango family enjoyed pastu as well. I felt happy for some reason. Taparon, Oyuparon, and Mayuparon, thank you all the time. Once again, I thanked the Rangos. I had been spending over a decade with them, but I never did something like this. I could say that I did not have that much leisure, although that's rather embarrassing. Thanks to Mother and Siag, I finally had some leftover time. I was spending a very enjoyable time. If it's possible, I would like to have a meal together with them like today. Chapter 116. Bewitching new menu. After returning from hunting, I can take up the glorious job of singing lullabies to Arno. Seeming like he had been having a nap, my son's eyes were shining brightly. I laid him down in the cradle and rocked it, to which he partly closed his eyes joyously. While doing rhythmical movements, I became sleepy. This won't do. I slapped myself to wake myself up. While rocking Arno's cradle, I thought of the pub that was near the opening date. The building was complete, while Mother and Siag were taking care of the interior. The inside has warm colors used, fitting for the Crimson Eagle. I ordered alcohol as well and stored them in the cellar, as well as diligently making menu tables by carving wood. There were plenty of ingredients as well. Then, what's left is rich and menus look like things old people would like. What Mother said a few days ago was stuck in my head. They're my proud dishes. What part of it feels like an old man? I pondered while rocking Arno's cradle. Soup of potato dumplings with corned beef inside, limited to 5 servings a day. Fried corned beef and potatoes. Fish and tomato sauce stew. Fried oysters and mushrooms. Daily soup. Overall strong taste. Going well with alcohol. Overall brown shade. No idea. Arno, what do you want? Arno would of course like his mother's milk. He can't have solid food yet. Milk, it's good. After murmuring that, I realized what I had just said. I felt glad that there was no one else around. Well, milk is precious. That's what. This won't do. I can only think of needless things. I couldn't think up any good plan, so I decided to make myself feel better while patrolling around the village, which is the same as taking a stroll. I took out the cloth for going on strolls, lifted Arno up and put on coats so that he won't be cold. I then wrapped the cloth around him, knelt down and embraced him gently. After that, I tied the cloth around my neck and under my armpit. I said a word to Mother who was cooking with Oyuparon in the kitchen and then went out for a stroll. Until recently, the village and the forest's trees had autumn foliage, but on the ground there was a thin layer of snow, that it had completely turned into a wintry scenery. Children were running about energetically, while ladies were working diligently. Since it was before the polar nights, there were many men hauling prey from the forests. When I have Arno, everyone regardless of gender or age comes to see him. They praise that he's cute, so my cheeks loosen up into a grin. Meanwhile, I saw the figure of a familiar boy, so I spoke to him from behind. Luca. He flinched and turned around with a prickly expression. Don't suddenly call me, I'll get surprised. So, Luca seems to be returning home after shopping, since he had a lot in his hands. I spoke to you at a tough time. Aren't those heavy? This much? It's not heavy at all. How amazing. While talking with Luca, I ended up thinking about Aina. Since they're both stubborn, I wonder if Aina's feeling alright. Emmerich too. I have been contacting the two of them through letters. Aina and Emmerich seems like they're spending fun days. They look to be doing well, so it's a relief. Her grandfather's attitude has been softening up recently, a little more, and the situation might become better. When that happens, I'm thinking of inviting them over to the village. I asked how Luca was doing recently. What do you mean how? No, I mean about Maruperon. And nothing happened. Adolescent boys don't usually get honest about women. When people grow old, curiosity grows. I reflected that I should be more cautious. Even so, there was a sack full of potatoes, 4 heads of cabbages, and 3 leather bags filled with bottles. It's probably an errand for his mother, but it's rather cold of her. Sorry for holding you up when it's heavy. No, I'm not that busy and it's not heavy anyway. Luca is kind. I'm normal. Right. Luca was glancing at Arno, so I showed my son to him. Isn't my child super cute? He looks like your wife. He told me that he will grow into a handsome man. Of course, I think that Arno will be popular with women like Siag in the future. Come to think of it, I heard the rumor that you're opening a store. Yes. I jumped at the opportunity and started advertising the Crimson Eagle. Though it's a pub, it doesn't serve alcohol from noon to evening. There's juice and snacks as well, so I told him that he can come anytime. What will you serve? When I told him the menu, he eyed me suspiciously since ingredients like corned beef was unknown. Then, I had a good idea. I should ask young people what they want to eat. Hey, Luca, is there anything you want to have? Meat. How simple. Meat. The middle of the polar nights becomes centered on preserved foods, so it's rather hard. Since we can't go out hunting, we can only really use smoked meat for cooking. Well, we can preserve meat if we keep it cold with ice. When I asked specifically what he wanted, I received a reply that he wanted meatballs. I felt that it would be conscientious to tell that there are no skewers or stews. If it's meatballs, it's easy to increase the volume. Breadcrumbs or other fillers can be added to increase the amount, so not all of it is meat. Yes, I didn't know that. He looked a little shocked. Maybe I shouldn't have told him that. However, if there are fillers, it can't form into balls. When I told him that, he accepted it. Come visit after the store opens. Well, if I feel like it. Come with my Rupron. I managed to endure and swallow those words right before they escaped my throat. I thought in secret that it would be nice if their relationship deepened. On my stroll, I visited the gift store to buy meat for making meatballs. When I asked what type of meat is best for meatballs, she recommended pork to me. I was surprised after hearing the price. It was unexpectedly cheap. In a village where meat can be hunted, the demand for meat from livestock is low. Thus, merchants don't sell too much. Even if they do, the price would be rather high. In the gift store, she sold meat for people who could not go out hunting because injuries or illnesses. Today was apparently a special sale day for pork. Recently, making ham is popular among the ladies, so I have been buying a lot of pork. Homemade ham. Siag had talked about ham she had back home, so it created a small boom. When the shop lady who knows about the recipe sold the pork with the recipe, they were sold out quickly. Pork ham. I felt like eating them after a long time. I learned how to make it from father-in-law, so I decided to buy plenty to make some as well. The shop lady said that Arno was cute, so I received a large bonus section. After returning home, I decided to make meatballs. Upon hearing that, Mother made a suggestion. Then, let's make meatball pasta. Meatball pasta, hey, sounds interesting. It seems that people in the city have it quite often. I think that it will be delicious. First, the pork is minced well. To make the texture better, coarsely ground meat and finely ground meat are mixed together. In the bowl containing ground meat, spices and breadcrumbs are added. I wanted to add eggs too, but they can't be procured during the polar nights. So instead I added in drained potatoes until the ingredients become sticky. I shaped them into shapes, and then fried them in oil. The finished meatballs are then boiled together with the tomato sauce Mother made. When that is spread over the cooked pasta along with dried basil, meatball pasta is complete. The pasta and meatballs scattered about had an appealing look, I thought. It was perfect for children. I called over Siag as well for dinner. First is the main, meatball pasta. I took a meatball to my mouth using a fork. When I chewed, the meaty juices flowed out. Since the meat is combination of coarse bits and fine bits, the texture is nice too. The spices were good too, and the tomato sauce mixed well. It was delicious, rich, and having powdered cheese on top is delicious too, you know. As Mother suggested, I sprinkled cheese over the pasta. Oh, delicious. The sour flavor of the tomato is lessened, and the flavor becomes deep. Just by adding cheese, the change is amazing. I think that young people would gladly have meatball pasta. The recipe is simple too, so I decided to add it to the store menu. Chapter 117. The Soldier's Window Logs. Juliuk, December, 102 AH. The fort is peaceful again today. We have shifts at the window, but only merchants come from outside. When the snow piles up, only one merchant might pass every 2 or 3 days, though there are quite a few since the time before the polar nights is a season where goods are in great demand. In contrast, the villagers, who live off the forest, pass frequently. However, during the winter, only older people going out to hunt pass. The village men, especially old grandfathers, act cold towards us. Captain Artonen said that it couldn't be helped. Of course, we had been fooling around too much. Once, we were being paid with our meal payments put aside. That was because we were pouring all our money into alcohol as if it was the most natural thing. Such a system was implemented starting from the captain before the previous captain. Back then, we borrowed endlessly since they couldn't even pay for their own meals. Really, I think that we were in a terrible state. Working hour, what's that? We slept whenever we wanted and woke up whenever we wanted. The fort reeked of alcohol, and we even picked fights with the villagers. It's natural that we would have been hated. However, we changed. Thanks to the Lord and his lady, there were many events, and now we have been rehabilitated. We can keep working diligently as soldiers because the Lord's wife, who has a frightening face, comes to inspect us frequently. I'm just joking. Many good things happened. First, sometimes, the girls of the village bring us refreshments. They're all cute, so the tension rises. We all now lead well-regulated lives, so our body and health improved as well. Also, when we are shoveling snow in the village, the villagers say, "Much appreciated," or "Thank you." It's unexpectedly gladdening. That's why, it's a boring place without anything to do, but it's better than before. I'll do my best again tomorrow. Today's number of people, 52 in total, with 3 merchants and 1 old martial race man. Today's work, over. Juliuko 7 Hanno, the lord who visited the window requested us to post some paper at the entrance. On that, there was an advertisement for the new shop, Remote Land Pub the Crimson Eagle. It seems like it's opening a few days later, a place to enjoy meals and a little bit of drinks. Surprisingly, the Lord will be running it. On the paper, it was written that a cute server will be there. Is he hiring the village girls? When I asked further, he replied that the cutest girl in the world will be there. The cutest girl in the world. Very intriguing. Might it be Iola family's Erika-san, or might it be Kaliamaki family's Hilia-chan? It might even be the person rumored to be on good terms with the Lord, the most beautiful girl in the village, Bergham family's Aina-san. Or so I thought, but I remembered that a foreigner took her away just a few months ago. When we found that out, my colleagues and I felt down on that day. We wished that we were allowed alcohol just for the day. The man who got the treasure of the village was apparently a tall, blonde soldier with drooping eyes. We're soldiers too, but why are we getting ignored? The one who does not get swayed by anyone, the salty Aina-sama. We were all saying, but in the she picked a handsome man. We felt sad at our ugly appearances. I ended up remembering that we were rather depressed. Eating while looking at a cute girl, isn't it good? I thought. Our scars might be cured too. I quickly decided to invite my colleagues. Today's number of people, 67 in total, with 2 merchants and 1 old martial race man. Today's work, over. Juliuk 12 Jia. When we were in excited states, looking forward to the pub, we ended up receiving words of warning from Captain Artonen. If we go in large scale right away, it will burden them. Thus, we decided that there will only have 2 people a day, for not more than 2 hours, as well as not drinking too much. Since only a few people can go, we made a schedule. I decided to bear it for the first time. During our breaks, the atmosphere was lively from our discussions about the cute girl at the Crimson Eagle. Then, the conversation moved on to the topic of who the most beautiful girl in the village is, but we couldn't settle on. Everyone had different tastes. That names of many women came up. Indeed, great girls like Anna Salonbergham are hard to come across. Someone mentioned that the daughter of the Marshall race family is quite beautiful, but the moment that topic was brought up, the father of that family appeared from the window, so we were surprised to death. When I wondered what it was, he apparently brought fish from the river as a snack. Is he a bear of the forest or something? The father of the Marshall race family went away soon. That window, it's not an entrance. He did that sometimes, but no one could point that out. From around summer, he had been bringing us berries, beehives or fruit by his whims. We can't communicate with him, so his intentions are unknown. The fish was jumping about on the table. The heartbeat did not calm down for some time. By the way, the wife there is beautiful and has a great style, but the old man is too frightening. We unanimously agreed that she should stop talking about the Marshall race family's women. Well, before that, a boy from the village is screening others away to not let them approach her. In the end, we decided that we should focus on the pub girl. Today's number of people, 92 in total, with 3 merchants and 1 old Marshall race man. Today's work, over. Juliuk 19 Kai. Today was finally the day for the opening of the remote land pub. I had work today, so I was to go tomorrow. I am looking forward to it a lot. We agreed that we should not talk about things in the store until everyone has had a chance to go. That way, everyone can enjoy it in a fresh mood. However, I was curious personally, so I intercepted my colleagues who had returned and asked them about it. The two of them, Lassie and Miko, returned with refreshed expressions. Apparently, the food was all great, and the drinks were nice. When I asked about the important cute girl, they said something strange. Cute girl? We can say that it exists, and we can say that it doesn't exist. I'm not sure what they mean. Today's number of people, 100 in total, with 2 merchants and 1 old Marshall race man. Today's work, over. The next day, the long-awaited holiday came. We can only drink for a few hours a night. It's during the polar nights, so the time's around evening. Surprisingly, even though it was a pub, it closed after 8 in the evening. A colleague and I headed to the store as our hearts pounded. Around the store, there were many villagers. It seems like they're watching. When we peeked inside from the window, there were vacant spots. Without reservation, we entered. When we opened the door, a bell rang. Inside the store, there was a large fireplace to warm the body. The interior had a warm tone and the atmosphere was warm. The kitchen was attached to the kitchen, that we could watch them cook. As we looked around, a calm woman's voice said, "Welcome." The moment I heard, I stood up straight out of reflex. I slowly turned toward the origin of the sound. There was the Lord's wife, who had bright red hair and a sharp gaze. "Please take a seat," she said. "Yes," I replied. She passed me the menu, but I was afraid of calling her over again, so I asked for the recommended dish and some water. My colleague asked for the same. Since the place is being run by the Lord, it's not weird if his wife is here. Even so, she's a bit curt. It would be nice if she smiled more. However, we would only panic if she did smile at us, so I immediately judged that it was unnecessary. Anyway, where is the rumored cute girl? No matter how much I look, there were no young women other than customers. Suddenly, my colleague gasps. When I asked what was wrong, he told me to look at the kitchen. At the kitchen, there was a figure of someone working diligently. There, a cute girl. Her hair was tidied with a headband, and she was wearing a cloth folded in a triangular shape on her head. She was working hard, and those eyes pointing down are very elegant. I tilted my head in wonder if there was such a cute girl in the village. However, I soon realized that the person was the Lord. This heartthrob thief. I could only see a part of his upper body, so I ended up getting completely fooled. In the meantime, food was served. While saying the name of the menu energetically, the Lord served the dishes. The food was something I was seeing something for the first time. Underneath meatballs and tomato sauce, there was something else. It was apparently a food called pasta. The name of the dish is meatball tomato sauce pasta, we were told. With a fork, I had some of the meatball and the pasta. Delicious. The meatballs flowing with flavor from the spices and the chewy pasta was mixed with the sour sauce, that it was very tasty. My colleague and I ended up wolfing everything down in silence. Afterwards, we decided to go back after having a few drinks. As we were leaving, the Lord came up and thanked us for coming. Just in case, I asked about the cute girl in the advertisement. Then, he glanced at his wife who was washing dishes in the kitchen and said, "Siag," in a flustered expression. "What part of her is cute?" I almost shouted. Well, to him, as a husband, his wife is the cutest in the world, though I can't understand that. When I told him that we will come again, he said that he was happy and flashed us a smile. Once again, I imagined how it would have been if the Lord was a woman, kind and diligent, good at cooking and cute. He might have been the most popular woman in the village. Then, I finally realized what Lassie and Miko meant by cute girl. We can say that it exists, and we can say that it doesn't exist. So the cute girl is the Lord in the end. However, the food was really delicious and filling, so I couldn't care less. We exited the store as the Lord saw us off. From the dark sky, snow was falling heavily. We walked back to the fort by relying on the light from our lanterns. When we returned to the fort's window, the person on duty today asked how it was. It seems that everyone wants to hear out of curiosity. He hurried us for our impressions, so my colleague and I looked at each other and said that the food was best, while the cute girl was a cute girl. I'm looking forward to his reaction tomorrow. I decided that I'll go to the store again when it's quiet again for some meatball tomato sauce pasta. Chapter 118, Remote Land Pub, Opening. Around the time the polar nights approached, the remote land pub The Crimson Eagle opened. For the first day, we decided to open from morning. Our first customer was the couple from the shop. As a gift, they gave us salt from overseas. I got teary-eyed from happiness. Promptly, Siag came to take their orders. "What would you like? What do you recommend?" "Meatball tomato sauce pasta." Siag sincerely explained the menu. The pictures Mother drew also helped people imagine the menus. The store couple ordered the recommended dish with today's soup and tea. Filled with energy, I started cooking. Siag also prepared brewing tea. Today's soup is a clear soup of beans and root vegetables. It's made using dried ones, but the vegetables bring out a tasty stock. Mother made it last night. First, I served the soup as appetizer. It's warm. The warmth really seeps into the body. The seats were close to the kitchen so I could hear their reactions. I felt somewhat nervous. Later, I asked Siag to serve the meatball tomato pasta. "This is delicious. It's the first time I'm having pasta, but it's nice." Siag listened to the couple's reactions and politely thanked them. The dish we thought up sincerely was well received by the couple. After the meal, we brought condensed milk ice cream as dessert. To celebrate the opening, I am planning to serve it to all the customers. It's a simple ice cream made by cooling a can of condensed milk. If it's just this, it's too sweet, so I am putting a sour berry sauce over it. Since it's just frozen condensed milk, it's important to melt it slightly before serving it to make the texture better. "Is this something your lordship thought up?" "Yes, it's just condensed milk though. I like the sour flavor at the berries and the sweetness. I'm relieved. Only my family and Captain Artonen tried it, so I'm happy that they're complimenting it." After the store couple left, customers did not come. Well, it's the first day, so that must be why. The villagers were peeking inside at the windows, but when I open the doors to talk to them they all run away. How unfortunate. I failed to capture them. Sieglind. The villagers are all shy after all. I see. Even if customers do not come, we serve dishes using preserved food so there won't be food left over. The soup will be used for dinner too. A while later, women who finished with their household chores came. They asked for coffee and caramel apple pie, as well as pasta for lunch. They planned well, preparing packed lunches for their families. They all chatted happily with Siag. It really was a peaceful scene. They also said that the dessert, condensed milk ice cream with berry sauce, was delicious. Phew, what a relief. However, from the afternoon, the store was quiet again. I had a lot of time, so I observed our customers' reactions and discussed what we should make. I think it would be nice to have more sweet things, though that will be rather tough during the polar nights. Right. It's not as though I can't make cake or cookies without eggs, butter or milk, but I think it won't be as good. It feels like something like the iron plate crackers will be made. Getting teeth chipped is a bit. I already reached the limits. For the snacks, I decided to ask Mother's opinion after I return home. During the winter, the sun sets in the afternoon. I lit a candle on the table located outside so that it won't go out from the wind. I put a cylindrical glass cover over it. It had a rather fantastical scene. The villagers went shopping to the gift shop with lanterns. It seems that the shop lady advertised a bit, since people started coming in trickles here. At dinner time, 2 soldiers from the fort came. I was expecting many soldiers to come, but my guess missed. Apparently, Captain Artonon arranged it so that they won't be a nuisance on the first day of opening. Indeed, I thought. Well, it would have been fine for them to come though. The soldiers, unexpectedly, ate pasta quietly, had a few drinks and returned. After they departed, there suddenly were a lot more customers. It's definitely that the energized soldiers returned to the fort while chatting about the store. It really is thankful. From the dinner time to night time, I spent a busy time. At the final bell, we closed. I have been handling the pot all night from the evening, so my arms were screaming in pain. The meatballs sold out in the middle. The soup pot is also empty now. Ritz, you did well. Sieg, thank you too. No, I wasn't here all day. Sieg returned home many times to breastfeed our son. Just that would have been tough though. As for the sales, well, we're slightly in the red, but our objective is not getting profit but providing entertainment for the whole village. However, it will get tough if we continue like this, so I am thinking of making high-profit dishes after the polar nights are over. For now, I prioritized getting past the polar nights in a brighter mood. It's rather hard, but seeing everyone's smiles made me want to try my best. Once we get used to it, I'm thinking of hiring more people and maybe leave the store to someone else. Right. That might be good. Even if Mother is here, we have no reason to stay too long at the store. We need someone's help. Won't there be a cook somewhere? Also, someone moderately likable. Even after closing, there was a mountain of work. Beginning with cleaning. We had to prepare ingredients for tomorrow, organize the shelves, and keep the books. When we finished, the day had already changed. Having returned home after we prepared the ingredients, Sieg was waiting for me without going to sleep before me. Moreover, she even prepared a bath for me. I had dinner Mother made by the warmth of the fireplace, took a bath and went under the covers. As I had Sieg who had warm temperature in arms, I fell asleep before I realized it. Like so, the first day of work ended. Section. The next day, since it was hard for Sieg to go back and forth, we decided to take Arno as well. Today, Mother said that she'll help as well. Maybe because the rumors were spreading, there was a line even before we opened. Hey, Richard, since it's cold outside, why don't you let customers in? Please. I'm not prepared to serve dishes yet, but we can serve warm tea or soup. Mother opened the doors and invited the customers in. Arno was sleeping in a cradle by the window. There were many occasions where people came in after seeing there was a child. After lunch, the soup ran out so I hurried requested Voyaperon for some. With the men, the combination of the dishes using canned food and alcohol was popular. The elderly did not come very often. However, grandpas and grandmas seemed to be interested in the store, since they were peeking in many times. When I talked to them out of the thought that they should come in, they leave saying that they don't have any business with me. I repeated that a few times, and one day something different from usual happened. The elderly who always look at my son came again today. They were smiling while looking into the cradle. Then, Arno suddenly started crying. Sieg was making meatballs, and Mother had a tray holding cups of coffee. I thought that I had to go, so I hurried out of the kitchen. However, they were already at where my son was. My, what could it be? Is he hungry? It's all right. Don't cry. The grandmas outside embraced Arno and soothed him. Thank you, thank you. When I thanked them, they were not honest and said that it was for the child. Since it's an opportunity, how about some tea and snacks? When I offered that, they reluctantly took their seats. Afterwards, elderly people came to the store as well. Even on days when Arno isn't here, They come saying that it can't be helped. I was so happy at that change. Today, I invited Marupa on. She was sipping coffee expressionlessly. Outside the window, I saw Luca, so I tried to force him into the store. What are you doing? Does this store aggressively tout? Sorry. Since there's Marupa on, how about having some tea together? I asked. Then, Luca's face turned deep red. Marupa on. She looks lonely, doesn't she? Please. Well, if you put it like that. Thank you, Luca. Noticing Luca, Marupa made a nice smile. Seeing that face, he looked captivated. What a lovely couple, I thought as I watched from the kitchen. Ritz, peeping's not good. Yes, I was interested about those two, but I decided to diligently make caramel apple pie for 2 people. Section: the period where it's dark all day. The polar nights. It used to be a cold and boring period, but from the store a warm light and joyful laughter flowed out. Seeing that, I felt that I did well to take up the challenge, although it was quite tiring. That was the story of the first winter where all the villagers spent the long and painful polar nights together. Chapter 119. Good bathing day. When I was alone, the only joy I had was dining and bathing. Especially regarding bathing, I once had been very picky. Shampoo, bathwater additive, body shampoo, etc. Among those, I had been especially absorbed with making soap. I learned how to make soap from the village ladies and made soap using various materials. I participated in exchanging soaps with the village ladies, but I had been busy for the past 2 years so I couldn't go. This year, I was rearing to participate at the soap exchange in early spring, so I started making some with plenty of motivation. Siak also said that she will help. To think that we would even make soap. I hadn't been making them recently for about 2 years. During the first polar nights with Siak, there were many other things so I did not have time to make soap. This would be a challenge after a long time. This time, I decided to use somewhat high-quality oils that are considered to be good for the skin. The first oil is olive oil. The best olive oil is considered to be extra virgin oil, squeezed out the best, but it seems that pure olive oil, refined once or twice, is the best for making soap. That contains the most moisturizing substances, squalene, also. The second oil is sweet almond oil, slightly expensive oil. From ancient times, it was used for washing hair of ladies. This also contains plenty of moisturizing substances. The third oil is jojoba oil. It gives elasticity and shine to the skin. Other than that, it removes the dirt clogging the pores. Also, it doesn't irritate the skin either. Above were the main ingredients. Other than those, palm oil is necessary to prevent soap from collapsing, and coconut oil is added to improve the foaming. Other than the oils, there are pure water and sodium hydroxide. Pure water is water distilled to remove impurities. Sodium hydroxide is a chemical that reacts with oil to make soap. They can be bought from merchants, but since they're designated as toxic, I need to fill out a document when buying it. I also have to be careful when using it. With the above ingredients, I will be making soap. Be careful with sodium hydroxide. All right. For your safety, you should place a cloth over your mouth. Direct contact with sodium hydroxide causes burns. We have to be careful. The burns are different from normal as well. It's called chemical burn. While normal burns are caused by heat damaging the skin, chemical burns destroy the skin directly and can reach the depth of the body. Since it's very dangerous, the merchant warned me to be careful. Siag, since it's the first time you're making soap, can you only watch when I'm handling sodium hydroxide? All right. First, to not breathe in sodium hydroxide, I covered my mouth and nose with a cloth. Since sodium hydroxide corrodes iron and aluminium, I'll be using enamel bowls this time. I put on gloves and spooned some sodium hydroxide into a bowl. I left that bowl in the snow for a while to cool it. It was a little cold, but ventilation was necessary, so I opened the window. I added the sodium hydroxide into water and stirred well. The bowl was getting hot. I brought snow from outside and cooled the bowl so that it would be a little warmer than the human skin. In another bowl, I mixed olive oil, sweet almond oil and jojoba oil and warmed them by using a double boiler. after which I added in palm oil and coconut oil. For this too, I boiled until it was slightly warmer than the human skin. Once the two mixtures were at about the same temperature, I slowly added in the lye while stirring the oils. Once everything was poured in, I mixed them using a whisk. This stirring process is also important for making soap. If the ingredients are not mixed in properly, lumps or layers can form, resulting in problems when finishing the soap. While chatting about such things, I continued to mix while swapping with Siag sometimes. On that bowl, I put a cloth over it and left it for a while. I checked it once a while, and if the water and oil separated I would mix them again. As I leave them, chemical reactions occur, a fight to become soap happening. Half a day later, it will become a creamy liquid. In rectangular frames, I applied jojoba oil and poured in the soap mixture. If I don't add oil here, the soap won't come out. Once they're dried for about 4 days in a dark and warm place, they can be separated from the frames. It should be complete after a month, I think. It takes that much time? Surprising, eh? Good soap requires the ingredients to have been turned hard properly. Poorly made soap worsens the skin. Especially, I heard that olive oil is slow to turn into soap. So I need to properly leave them for a longer time. The longer the period, the softer and smoother the soap, with delicate foams. I see. You have to be patient with making soap. The maturing will be done in a wooden box. When I brought out the box I used before, there were soap from 2 years ago. Oh, 2 years old soap. There was a bar of soap made from reindeer milk. It was in a well-ventilated place, so there were no molds either. Just in case, I split it with a knife, but the inside was clean as well. I tried washing my hands with it. This feels alright. I think we can use it for washing our bodies. Indeed, it really does moisten our skins. My skin has been getting rough recently, so it might be nice. Really? I thought that it wasn't different from usual, so when I leaned in to see her face, she got angry. But Siag, your skin is beautiful. MMF. Before I could finish the sentence, she shut my mouth. Siag looked exasperated. Ritz. I was wondering from a while ago, but when do you observe those things? Every day, sometimes. When she let go, I let out a loud sigh. My eyes drift to pretty things, you see. I get it. I was being honest, but she didn't believe me. Section. The reindeer milk soap was well received by the women. Mother was happy that her skin became smooth. Siag said that she liked the foams. Richin, you're making soap as well. It's to pass the time. Mum too. We'll try making some after all this time. It seems like I lit a fire in Mother. Come to think of it, I have been using Mother's handmade soap a long time ago. Richin, why don't you go in before the water cools? All right. I accepted Mother's offer and entered the bath. Promptly, I decided to try using the soap from 2 years ago. After dipping it in water, I created foams using my hands. Soft, smooth and delicate foams were formed. I could smell the nice scent of the soap. I'm not sure about the changes to the skin though. I wonder if women are more sensitive to that. I washed my body more carefully than usual. When I was about to wash my back, suddenly, there was a knock on the bathroom door. It was Sigalin-san. What it is? Well, I was wondering if I should wash your back. Really? Siag washes my back like this sometimes. She rolled her sleeves and trouser legs, and washed my back. Her strength was just perfect, that it felt extremely good. You are? This is bliss. Finally she poured some warm water over me. Siag, thank you. Is something wrong? I think I put a little too much strength, that your back is red now. I'm sorry. It's alright. It's alright, thank you. Even though I said that, when I was in the bath my back stung a little. This is also Siag's love. I decided to think that. Section. Even after marrying, bathing remained a joy for me. It's refreshing and relieves fatigue. Also, it makes me feel happy. When Siag washes my back like before, as I dipped into the water, I thought yet again that bathing is great. Chapter 120. Spring is coming. During the polar nights, everyone turns into master artisans. The men carve wood to make tableware, and make various ornaments out of reindeer antlers. The women create fine embroidery and tin bracelets. We call those handicrafts duoji, on grips and knife handles, pictures are carved in reindeer, snow, sun, cradle, etc. Meaningful patterns are carved in. Then when it's spring, we open stalls at the flea market, Kerputary, and sell things. During the polar nights, Mother becomes full of motivation making bracelets. This year, she seems to be spending the time getting to be friendly with Siag. How enviable. I diligently carved wooden cups, kuksa, and wooden bears. From noon to evening, I work at the store. I rest 3 days a week. I thought that I would be alright since I had holidays, but even so I was rather busy. However, it was a refreshing busyness. Regardless of gender or age, many villagers as well as soldiers visited the store. They all gathered at the store and brightened the mood. I let out joyful screams. As for the topic of discussion at the Crimson Eagle, it's mostly about how the handicrafts are coming along. People said that they wanted to have an exchange, so I decided to open the store on a holiday and hold something like an exhibition. I'm participating too. For reference, all the participants, including me, are old guys. The next day, everyone placed their handicrafts on the tables. This time, we displayed kuksas. There were dozens of people crowding around tables freely placing their works, so no one could which one was whose, though of course we know our own ones. When placed like this, all of them are unique and interesting. There are ones that are perfectly round, ones that have a luster, ones that have beautiful handles, ones that took close care for the wood grain patterns. There were none that were alike. There's one that has a peculiar picture carved onto it. The kuksa that was pointed to was mine. What, a bird? Is this a hawk? It's an eagle, kotka. Recently, I've been carving eagle pictures onto the handles. For me, eagles signify happiness. Reindeer, pora, are a symbol of wealth. Snow, lumai, means patience. Sun, orenko, represent the joy of bright life. There are many different wishes melded into the pictures, all depending on the region. Raptors such as eagles and hawks are valiant creatures that drive away beasts. Seeing a picture that was used before, everyone seemed interested. Come to think of it, there were quite a few tourists buying eagle carvings last year. I heard about that too. They're probably Siag's lady fans. For the tourist season this year, I'm planning to increase goods with eagle motifs. I explained the meaning of the eagle picture again. To explain, I used my wife as a model, or something like that. The crimson eagle that flew from her homeland and landed in a foreign land. For me, that was the strong and beautiful sun that persisted through the polar nights, a miraculous figure as well as a symbol of happiness. I presented the thoughts I had about the eagles in front the people. No one ridiculed me. They listened sincerely. Then they said something wonderful. Hey, my lord, can I also carve eagles into my handicrafts? No. It's all right if you don't want to. I don't dislike it. In fact, I'm happy. If everyone received the happy blessings of the eagle, I'll be blissful. When I put it that way, everyone said that they also wanted to carve eagles. From this day on, there were many handicrafts with eagles in them. The gallant eagle was also to the liking of the village men, that they actively carved eagles to their handicrafts. I had not imagined then that a few years later the eagle of happiness would become a famous local product, and became to symbolize the whole village. No one knows how life will turn out. This one sentence summarized everything. Section. As I spent the days busily, the polar nights ended. For the rest of the winter, I spent the morning and evenings hunting, running the store as well, while desperately making handicrafts at night. They were extremely dizzying days. One day, when I woke up, there was a letter by my bedside. It was from Siag. To see what it might be, I lit a lantern and opened it. It said that she was worried for my health, that I should rest for at least a day. She also said that it's painful to see be exhausted. After reading Siag's note, I came to, what should I say? I'm extremely tired. Why is my body so heavy? When it's just the morning, there could be only one answer. I overworked. It's probably not just me. Mother and Siag must be like that too. Last night, everyone had blank expressions. I finally realized because I was working too hard, people around me could not rest either. Furthermore, I didn't have time to leisurely spend time with my family. It's before the Prohibition period, so I hunted until the sun set, and thanks to the Crimson Eagle, I spent all days with dizzying business. Moreover, since it was close to the flea market opening, I was diligently making handicrafts late into the night. In retrospect, Siag visited the workshop many times and told me to rest, but I never listened. Mother-in-law too snapped at me saying that overworking is not good, but I made the same mistake here as well. I have to reflect deeply. Thankfully, today, the Crimson Eagle is resting today. Last night, the stars in the night sky could be seen, so it will be clear today. Today will be a good day for a picnic. If that's decided, I'll have to prepare packed lunches. I quickly dressed up and went down to the first floor. In the kitchen, Mother and Oyuparon were making breakfast. My, Richin, you're up early. Mum, let's go on a picnic today. Eh? I picked up a chunk of smoked meat, a loaf of bread and some jam, and headed for the kitchen. The smoked meat was sliced thickly and cooked on a skewer by the fireplace. I sliced the bread and spread jam on the slices. Once the smoked meat was cooked, I made sandwiches with them. Once the two kinds of bread are packed into the baskets, the packed lunch is complete. It's a little poor, but I thought that things like these are good too sometimes. As for Arno's portion, Mother is making them while making breakfast. 10 months old now, my son can now have baby food. While I was packing the lunch in cloth, Siag, who had Arno in her arms, returned from her morning stroll. Ritz, you're up early. Morning. Siag said the same thing as Mother. Do I sleep in that much? Upon seeing the large packed lunch, she lobbed a question. Are you having a picnic with the villagers today? No, no. I'm thinking of going with everyone here. I received Arno and laid him in the cradle. Then, I bowed to Siag. Siag, thank you. Eh? The letter. I had been working too hard again. Siag looked troubled. Is she angry? I wondered. But she did not say anything. Sorry, making you worry all the time. Siag shook her head. Then, without saying a word, she patted my shoulders. I felt as though she was appealing that it was out of sympathy, not out of worry. Thank you, Sieglind. I was moved so much that I could only say that. I decided that I'll have regular holidays and spend relaxing days with my family on those days. Section. Then, we started the fun picnic. To watch out for wild animals, we brought about 3 dogs and proceeded through the forest full of fresh leaves. I was taking care of Arno. I had him in my embrace, wrapped in a cloth hanging from my neck and under my arm. Maybe because he likes the forest stroll. He had a very gentle countenance. Mother was absorbed in picking flowers and decorating Siag's hair with those. Siag was becoming even lovelier. The destination this time is the secret flower field. In the first spring with her, I was so busy that I did not have the time to go there. It was relatively close from the village, so I chose the place out of the thought that it won't be a burden to Mother and Siag. A few dozen minutes after leaving the village, we arrived at our destination. Zing. Mother let out a voice of excitement. Siag too was occupied with the scenery in front of her. There were countless dandelions, voikuka. The yellow field stretching across the ground could only be described as amazing. Richin, you know a wonderful place. Yeah, I was thinking of coming here with everyone once it was spring. How long has it been since I last went out to see flowers? Seeing her chatting happily, I felt glad that I brought her here. Mother said that she wants to hug Arno. While embracing our treasure, she spoke while smiling. Arno-san, you can eat dandelions or even use them for medicine. It seems that she wants to educate him on the forest. It's still early, I laughed with Siag. Mother walked to the center of the field of flowers with my son while humming. A clean, refreshing wind blew. It was still a little chilly, but this is the spring of the remote land. While feeling the season in the wind brushing my cheeks, we continued our flower viewing. Siag, while staring at the flowers, murmured something. Voikuka, butterflower, right. The word for dandelion, voikuka, is composed of voi, meaning butter, and kuka, meaning flower. It's named so since the color is like butter. There are many plant names originating from food. All the people in this country must have insatiable appetites. I picked one dandelion and placed it on Siag's ear. Ritz, am I not in a predicament now? There's nothing like that. Mother planted about 7 flowers into Siag's hair. Any flower looked good on her. Even though I said that, She did not look convinced to not know her own loveliness. How unfortunate. Since it couldn't be helped, I decided to convey it clearly. I brushed back the red hair on her hair and softly whispered, "You're cute." The way she dyes red immediately is just irresistible. I then realized that she is the loveliest flower in the world. Without meaning to, I ended up fully enjoying the spring flower viewing. I thought that it would be nice to spend the next year at the same place, with the same family again. Chapter 121. Let's become a beekeeper. When the snow melted and fresh sprouts came out of the ground, it was finally the long-awaited season for beekeeping. According to Father's research, honeybees can survive the winter. Apparently, they huddle together and flutter their wings to keep the temperature of the hive around 30 degrees Celsius. They also stock up honey to survive the winter. I promptly carried hives and headed for the forest. I only made 2 so far. I carried one with a rope, and I carried the other in my hand. Siak said that she'll help too, but since her hair color might agitate the bees, I decided to do it alone. I got wooden boxes from the shop lady to build the hives. At the side, I made square holes like windows as well as a small hole for the bees to enter through. Then I cast a net over it. Inside the hive, there needs to be basic frames for the bees to make their own combs. I made square frames and placed wooden sticks in a cross shape. I placed around 6 of them inside. They help stop the combs from collapsing. The honeybees will create combs based on the frames and gather honey there. However, the honey won't be complete. The sugar content is low, being just nectar from flowers. From there, the substances will be changed many times inside the bees' bodies, warming and sweetening the honey. Then I would gather the completed honey. My father's paper had detailed description on how to collect honey. It mentions a centrifuge, where the combs are placed inside and spun to separate the honey from the combs. It sounds really convenient, but I had no data for it, so I can't make it. Well, it's only the first year, so I decided to aim for getting honey. The hives were placed in a field of flowers in the forest. The sunlight is good and the wind doesn't blow much, so it's the best place to make honey. The next part is getting the bees in the hives. The remains of the hive with honey will be placed in to lure bees with the smell. Few days ago, I happened to receive a honeycomb from Tipran, so I decided to use that. After that, I visited the hive every day. None of them had any honeybees migrated to them. Since that didn't work, I moved on the next method. After honeybees winter, the beehive is conceded to a new queen. The previous queen bee takes half the worker bees and makes a new nest. The previous method was a tactic trying to lure wild bees, but that didn't work. So this time, I decided to go for capturing a swarm. In this period, it seems that honeybees gather in a spherical shape around the queen bee. To protect the queen apparently, I need to capture them in a net. Since I am going to carry out the capture plan, I came heavily armed. I attached a tightly woven net to a hat to keep them from approaching my face, and made sure no parts of my body was exposed. I searched for the ball of honeybees in the forest. Swarm, to be accurate. I found a beehive, but I could not find a ball of honeybees. Since it was disappointing to just return like this, so I thought, won't the queen bee come out of the hive, and observed the beehive hanging from a branch. However, an unexpected thing happened. Ouch! A severe pain shot up from my calf. I immediately realized that I was stung by a bee. The thought that I would not stung if I had thick winter clothing was a mistake it seems. If I panic here, I might end up agitating the beehives hiding around the area. I decided to leave the area slowly. I trod through the forests for a long time, but it was the first time I was stung by a bee. A dull pain gradually grew from the stung part. I was told that stings have to be removed immediately, but I had to get away from the hive, so I endured the pain. I went to a stream and carefully rolled up my trouser. Of course, the stung part became swollen. I couldn't see any stings. I quickly washed the stung part with water. It was written that cold things are good for stings, so I had my foot in the water and waited. Apparently honey works well for stings. It alleviates the pain somewhat. Also, I tilted my head in wonder why I was stung, but thinking carefully, a human observing the hive can only be seen as suspicious. It's not strange that I was attacked. Bees don't forgive those who aim for their hives, so it can't be helped that I could be attacked. I reflected deeply. Because I was stung by a honeybee today. My spirit was broken today. The sun was setting too, so I returned home after picking herbs. Section. I'm back. When I returned, Siak was doing the laundry. She had Arno on her back. My son was sleeping soundly. Even when his eyes are closed, he's surprisingly cute. That's our son. Should I place Arno in the cradle? Can I ask you to do that? Leave it to me. While supporting Arno with one hand, I loosened the cloth tied around Siak's belly. A sleeping infant's body is hot. Just touching him was relaxing. I laid him down on the cradle in the living room and stared at his face. Chubby, with slightly red cheeks. Just seeing his tightly clenched hands was healing. As I stared at my son's sleeping face, Siak came back in. I laid out all the herbs in the basket for drying. Thank you. Out of the herbs, there are ones that are dried and ones that are heated. Siak seemed to be remembering the kinds perfectly, and her reaction was perfect as well. Siak, it was no good again today. I see. Unexpectedly, interacting with bees is hard. I felt that every day. To be honest, I want to end the report there. But since I am beekeeping thanks to the cooperation of my family, so I shouldn't hide anything. I have to tell them about getting stung by a honeybee. I took a deep breath and spoke. Truth be told, I was stung by a honeybee for the first time in my life. What? Siak was worried, but getting stung by mistake was a very embarrassing affair. Where did you get stung? Any swelling? It's all right. Show me. No, ha ha ha. I tried to laugh it off, but I got scolded and she demanded to see it. After I rolled up my trouser, she knelt down on one knee and looked closely at the affected area. Any pain? Nothing in particular. Any difficulty in breathing or dizziness? None. When I asked why she was worried about those things, she replied that it was because she once saw someone collapsing from a bee sting when she was in the army. It's a rare case, but it seems that there are also cases where the body reacts harshly against stings, leading to death. I heard that from a doctor a long time ago. I see. She told me to take care of my body if I get stung by a bee. I will. Please do so. Then, Siak brought over the medicine box she bought during our honeymoon and kindly applied ointment for bug bites and stings. Once that was done, she placed the box back in the shelf and sat down next to me. She crossed her arms and started talking with a calm expression. If possible, I'd like to accompany you. Siak's hair color triggers the defensive instincts of honeybees, and Arno doesn't have resistance, so we can't go out together. Well, in this period, it can't be helped now, but someday, I'll also. Yes, sure. If her hair is tidied properly and hidden under a hat, there shouldn't be a problem. I felt happy that she was willing to help, so I think that it will be nice if we could do it together in the future. Siak looked at me with a surprised expression. What is it? No. I just didn't think you would let me help. Though, that's if gathering honey does succeed. Right. First, I have to capture honeybees. And another problem is safely getting to the honey collecting. The road to becoming a beekeeper is long. Until then, Siak, please be a flower only for me. If it's a flower blooming in a safe place, it would be reassuring since no other bugs will gather, but she is a hard worker and an active person. But that is also her good point. She suddenly grew quiet, so when I looked at Siak who was sitting next to me, her cheeks were dyed red. What's wrong? It's because Ritz said something absurd. I seems like she's shy at being described as a flower. Seeing that expression makes me embarrassed too. But it is the truth. I'm just an insect lured in by a large flower called Siak. However, I never did tell her that. Even so, embarrassed Siak is so cute. It's something to die for. When our eyes met, she turned away. Even that cold attitude is cute. I slowly and fully enjoyed Siak making such unbearable reactions. Chapter 122. Let's Become a Beekeeper, continued. I reviewed the notes on not getting stung by bees, written as a part of Father's paper. First, use colors that do not stand out for the clothing. I had been very neglectful about this. I went into the forest wearing clothes using blue and red fabrics. Next, do not panic in front of bees. Observe the behavior of the bees. Even if they land on the clothes, they don't immediately sting. The bees also examine what kind of person is approaching them. I think this will be hard. However, I'll try my hardest to not panic. Regarding how I got stung recently, it seems that Siak told Mother, Richin, Mum tried making a protective shade. Oh, it was a wide-rimmed hat with tightly woven net draped around. The structure is made so that bees will not be able to pass through the small holes. This is amazing. I also made thick clothing out of white clothing, so please wear those. Thank you. It was just layering more clothes, but it felt like my defenses improved at once. Even if bees approach, I think I can stay calm. I uplifted my spirit and put on the protective clothing Mother made. As I was putting on shoes for going out, Siag and Arno came over to see me off. Ritz, I'm sure you know this, but please be careful, all right? It felt like Arno was cheering me on as well. I gently kissed him on the forehead and told him that I'll be returning soon. I then kissed Siag on her cheek and headed out. See you later. I'll be off. I proceeded through the spring forest where the snow had not melted fully yet. The objective this time is catching bees. A queen bee is born once a year in a hive. The previous queen takes half the worker bees and exits the hive. I'll be catching that swarm. I carefully trod through the forest. I saw a stray bee flying by, so I decided to tail it. It seems that bees that leave their hives survey their area for potential settling areas. So if I chase them I'll be able to find the ball of honey bees. After persistently tailing the bee, I found a swarm hanging from a tree. Fortunately, instead of a hive, it was close to where the wooden frame is, so I decided to bring that. I approached slowly and placed the wooden box with honey under the ball of bees. If the bees notice the hive and move in, it will be a success. If that doesn't work, I'll have to capture them myself. It seems that bees in their balled up states are docile, but the thought of directly capturing them is nerve-wracking. Please, settle in the box. I ended up praying. I picked herbs for medicine and spices in the forest and returned home. When I opened the front door, Siak came running over. I'm back. Welcome back. Without taking a moment to breath, Siak asked if I wasn't stung by a bee. Today, I had Mother's protective clothing and I acted calmer than before, so I was not stung. When I said that, Siak looked relieved. I see. I'm glad that you're all right. NN. What is it? No. I was just happy. Before, when I started something new, there were times when I would get injured during experiments or get myself into precarious situations. Because results did not come out, I had spent lonely days applying medicine to my abrasions or stitching ripped clothes. That was the norm. However, it's different now. I had family, worrying about me, advising me, and cheering for me. I really think that it's a blissful thing. I decided to continue working hard for my family. The next day, I headed to the forest as my heart fluttered. I headed for the tree with a swarm of bees. Found it. From afar, there was no ball of bees. Swarms don't linger in one place. They fly away after about 2 days. So I didn't get expectant just because they weren't there. I slowly approached the hive and peeked into it. I almost cried out, but I swallowed it back in just before it came out. Something amazing's going on. There are bees in the box. I was so happy that I could not calm down. I ran back home straight away and told Siag and the mother. Your efforts are coming to fruition. It's a good thing. Thank you. It is a good thing to be able to say there is progress. Because I was praised by Siag, my cheeks became loose. This was just the first step in beekeeping, but the joy kept overflowing and did not stop. I suddenly was motivated a lot more. I increased the number of hives and repeated the process of placing them under bee swarms. Out of the 6 I made in total, 3 were settled. I scoured the forest to capture other bees using a net, but it was already the past period that I couldn't find the bees. For this year, I'll be keeping bees in 3 hives. Spring is the season where the queen bee lays eggs and the season where honey is gathered. There's not much I can do. I could only wait for the worker bees to gather honey. Section. There are many things I have to do in spring. Collecting birch sap, picking herbs and fragrant grasses. Doing maintenance of the fence at the forest of the reindeers. Milking, marking the ears. There was a mountain of work. I shortened the business hours of the Crimson Eagle and increased the holidays. There were many times when a villager would ask, "It's open today, right?" Only to return disappointed. I felt sorry, but I was glad that they wanted a place like that. I really wanted to open the store as much as possible, but there wasn't much I could do. I really need someone to help. Meanwhile, good news arrived. Aina and Demaruk is returning soon. It's been a year and a half since they left. The Burkham family is now completely in peace. It was worrying that the grandfather's condition was worsening, but he still had food and Aina's mother is working hard. I tried to provide food for them, but they declined, saying that they had savings. It seems that they had been selling the prey Aina's grandfather sold and saved the money they made. They said that there was no need for worry, just in case. I told them that they can rely on me. I had been watching the Burkham family for a long time, but I was surprised at Aina's mother's strength, the courage to let go of her precious daughter, the spirit to take care of the whole family, and the willpower to keep on living in good health. I think that it's all very praiseworthy. Her efforts changed Burkham family. I think that it would be nice if Aina and Emmerich returned quickly and they would rely on each other. There was also a small change in our family too. Twice a week, all the family will be resting. On holidays, we won't be doing anything. That was what we decided. Cooking, housework and looking after the dogs will be done by the people of the Rango family. On holidays, we go out strolling to the fields, go out shopping to the port city, or play with Arno. However, I was still not used to spending a holiday, so there were many times when I was scolded by Mother or Siag because I accidentally chopped firewood. When I said that not working is hard, Siag ended up laughing. Ritz, don't you have a hobby? Playing with Siag or Arno. Maybe that's service to the family. Not a hobby. That can't be. It seems that hobbies are things that people enjoy for themselves. Ritz, you should spend your time doing something you like. Something I like. Is there something? Watching Arno, strolling together, talking with Siag, touching Siag, or kissing Siag. That's also service to the family. The times when I am with my family are the most healing moments. Then my hobby is service to the family. I think that's fine. Therefore, I'll be having time pursuing my hobby. Arno was out strolling with Mother, so I decided to caress Siag. I put my arm around her and hugged her gently. I stroked her hair and brought her cheek to my neck. Siag's skin is smooth and feels good. Her hair is also fluffy and feels good to touch. Ritz, are you happy with that? Yup, I'm happy. This indeed is the happiest time in my life. Interlude: Aina and Demaruk's Snow Country Hunting Life. Chapter 123. On the ship. Finally, I was to return to Aina-chan's village. I am extremely nervous. I wrote to Ritz-kun and Aina-chan's mother that I am all right, but I still was restless. It seems that her grandfather lost his fangs, but even now I end up trembling just from thinking about that. Aina-chan was receiving abuse, because she was being pen pals with someone like me. Her grandfather wanted to marry his granddaughter to someone he accepted. Then, I snatched her away. It might be natural that he gets angry. However, I think hitting Aina-chan is too much. The more I thought about that, the more I felt sorry for her, and the more I censured myself. Ritz-kun said, Burkham family has a complicated situation and context, so don't hastily rule someone as bad. Those were the only words that helped me. When I meet him in person, I wish to introduce myself properly. On the ship going to the village, I thought of such things. Indeed, we were going back to Ritz-kun's village. We got a private room, and were spending the trip leisurely. Aina-chan was spending the time sewing. Since I couldn't do anything, I stared at her work diligently. Rosa approached me while meowing. She rubbed against me, in a rare moment. I wonder if she might be trying to cheer me up from my depression. What a kind cat. I'm touched. When I lifted her and tried to hug her, she extended her legs and refused. I got shocked. At least she didn't pull her claws out. Aina-chan approached and said, Rosa might be hungry. Right. I see. The cat food is in my bag. She was demanding me to prepare quickly. As Rosa-san's lifetime feeder, I put dried vegetables and fish on a plate. I stared at Rosa as she chomped down on the food. I told her to eat slowly. While I was staring off absent-mindedly, someone tapped my shoulder lightly. Hey, is something wrong? Exclamation mark. Is Aina-chan worrying for me this time? She was staring at me like Rosa was. For some reason, your expression is grim from a while ago, you know. Ah really? Really? I'll be energized if you rub against me. Of course I couldn't say that, so I smiled cheerfully and told her that she's imagining it. What should I say? I'm scared of getting disliked by her, so I could not yet tell her my true feelings nor reach out for her. I have no excuses to offer even if I am called an idiot. However, she's only 17. I'm 28. From her viewpoint, I am an old guy. Really? I pondered many times if she really was alright with me. Low confidence is an incurable disease of mine. Furthermore, what worries me is whether I'll be able to hunt well in the village. I don't know how to hunt, nor do I know etiquette. Maybe I can find work at the fort? No, that's under the jurisdiction of the army, so I can't. Could someone like me really be with such a cute girl? I felt sorry. Are you feeling unwell? Exclamation mark. While I was lost in thought, worrying, Aina-chan laid her hand on my forehead. I flinched out of surprise. No, I'm well. Then what is it? You're acting weird from a while ago. I'm nervous. Why? I'm uneasy about many things. I shouldn't be saying such things, but when Aina-chan asked, my thoughts came flooding out. Could she have thought of me as an untrustworthy person? She had her eyes wide open and stared at me. What are you uneasy about? Living in the village, work, Aina-chan's grandfather. You are worried about such things? Eh? It seems like the things I had been agonizing over were of no big deal to her. I was surprised. Aina-chan touched my hands which were on my lap. The moment they touched, my heart skipped a bit. When I looked at her face, she was smiling. It was a serene expression that was consoling me. Don't worry, it's all right. Aina-chan spoke to me. She told me to leave things regarding daily life to her. Regarding interacting with other villagers, she too is not used to it, so she said that we should strive together. About work, she told me that hunting is not everything. Recently, there are merchants that buy handicrafts at high prices, so a normal life could be led if we tried hard. There seems to quite a lot of work, such as at the port or at stores. In winter, there are also people who go to the cities to earn money. She told me that there's not only one way. So, don't act strangely. Yes, thank you, thank you. About hunting, Ritz-kun said that he'll teach me. I have no leisure to say that I am scared of bucking deers. To protect my life with Aina-chan, I have to do my best. Aina-chan. What? On her hand which was on one of my hands, I laid the other hand on top. Then, I told her my true feelings. Though I am useless and cannot work enough for a man, but I can confidently say that I love Aina-chan the most in the world. Eh? What could this mean? If she didn't hear clearly, I have to say it again. It's very embarrassing, but it's important, so I said it again. I love Aina-chan the most in the W. I did hear that. Sorry. That scared me. So she did hear. Then, what could that possibly mean? Maybe she's turned off because I said something in the world. I already said it, so there's no helping it. I decided to tell it all the way through. So, then, if it's alright, please marry me. I put my forehead to the floor and begged. This is second proposal. The first time was when we moved into the countryside and registered the marriage. However, back then, it was for light confirmation, so shield ourselves from others, so she accepted the forceful proposal with understanding. But this time, it's different. This will be the first and the last time I propose wholeheartedly. I spent all my courage on today. What if she refuses? I had not pondered such a thing. Sometimes, I am frightened about how I get too positive in strange directions. Now, I could only just wait for Aina-chan's reply. Raise your head. As she wished, I quickly raised my head and returned to normal. Aina-chan's face was bright red. About the answer, anytime you want. It's fine after I become properly accepted into the village. I just wanted to convey my feelings to her. However, Aina-chan grabbed my coat hem to stop me. Without meeting my gaze, she said one sentence. I am inexperienced, but please take care of me! Exclamation mark. The moment she said that, I felt as though steam would come out of my head. To think she agreed to marriage. While in disbelief, I quickly spoke up. Is it really okay? There's only you for me! Exclamation mark. Maybe because Aina-chan was embarrassed too, She quickly went away and turned her back on me. Even so, I am happy. Any bit of restlessness that I had flew away in a snap. Chapter 124, New Life. Second night. We will arrive at the port tomorrow morning. It's the last night of the boat trip. This time, Aina-chan was the one lost deep in thought. She might be having complicated feelings as she's getting closer to her homeland. Aina-chan, why don't we go out to the deck? Why? To change the mood. It was cloudy yesterday, but it's clear today. The lady at the dining hall said that it will be clear again tomorrow, so I might be able to see the night sky. When I reached my hand out, she gently interlocked her fingers with mine. When I told Rosa, whom I could not see, to stay here, a nyan came from under the blankets. When I came here, I was surprised by the starry night sky shining so brightly that it feels as though I could reach out for it. The dazzling stars were like gems in the night sky. It was so beautiful that I forgot about what troubled me, and got absorbed in it. Like how I felt, I thought that it would be nice if the pretty night sky would console Aina-chan's heart. On the deck, there was no one else but the sailors. I soon discovered the reason: deathly cold. I wonder why. It's spring, yet a wind that threatens to shred the body blows while there's ice floating in the sea. Oh no. Aina-chan came out without any additional clothes. I took off my coat and put it around her shoulders. See, cold. However, Aina-chan is more important. I was thinking that, but I sneezed loudly, and my coat was returned to me. Aina-chan said that the current temperature is the mild warmth of spring, telling me that she was fine. She's a snow fairy born in the snow country indeed. This extreme cold is nothing for her. I was awed. I grabbed onto the gunwale and stared up into the sky. It's the sky of Aina-chan's homeland! Today too, the night sky was spilling down. It really think that it's very beautiful. The sky of my homeland is not this pretty, even in the countryside. Maybe it's especially beautiful because the air is clear. While I was staring up for a while, a star streaked across the sky, a shooting star. It's the first time I'm seeing it. I turned round to Aina-chan to see if she saw it too, but then I got surprised. In her eyes that were reflecting light from the lamp, tears welled up. However, the oil in the lamp soon ran out, and the light disappeared. We were then surrounded in darkness. What should I do? While I was thinking that, Aina-chan said, "Thank you," in a soft voice. If she's thanking me, then the tears before should be tears of joy. I thought that it was really good. Until we came here, Aina-chan didn't really have any strong opinions. When we were living in my homeland, I asked her a few times if she wanted to return to her homeland. She only shook her head. However, inside, she too wanted to return. Aina-chan, I wasn't wrong. When I was about to say that, Aina-chan suddenly hugged me. From the sudden action, I froze up. Should I hug her back? She was repeating words of thanks from a while ago. In the end, before I could hug her back, Aina-chan split herself. Dangerous. My face is hot. I'm probably making a pathetic expression from embarrassment. What a relief that it's dark now. I unconsciously said my feeling out loud. However, something unexpected happened again. Aina-chan grabbed my wrists and looked up at me. Now that my eyes were used to the dark, I could see that her eyes were closed. Could this mean that I could kiss her? Really? Am I not just thinking things however I want? Because this is impossible. Really? I tried asking, but Aina-chan did not answer. Which is it? As I had my hands grabbed, I spent a while in the cold weather. It's cold because I couldn't bear it for many reasons. I kissed Aina-chan. She silently accepted it. I was so happy that I had tears. I ended up hugging Aina-chan and thanking her. The next morning, we arrived at the port near Ritsukun's village. At the port, Aina-chan's mother was there to greet us. From seeing the mother and the daughter reunited, I got teary-eyed. We moved to the village in a carriage. At the fort entrance, Ritsukun and Siegerland greeted us. From Ritsukun's welcome, I got teary-eyed again. I felt relieved that the two of them were healthy. Ritsukun is still the refreshing snow fairy, and Siegerland looks strong. Seeing the unchanged appearance of the couple, I relieved. At the fort window, I made something like a villager ID. I was surprised that the attitude of the soldiers improved. But then I noticed that I was glared at when no one else was looking. Why, I thought, but I snatched Aina-chan away from the village and ended up marrying her. They might be resentful to me because of that. Sorry. I apologized to the soldiers at the fort in my head. After parting ways with Ritsukan and others, we headed to Aina-chan's house. Here, my heart pounded the most. I was meeting the grandfather again. My heart pounded the hardest I ever experienced. No, it pounded the most when I kissed Aina-chan yesterday. It's alright. Probably. I felt like I would be able to stand up to his pressure. I had good alcohol and high-quality ham I bought in my country. We headed straight for the living room. The grandfather was there. Seeing Aina-chan and me, his eyes went wide open. He stood up vigorously. Aina. I clenched my fists to be able to protect her at a moment's notice. However, he did something unexpected. After approaching her, he crouched down and touched the floor with his forehead. Then, he kept saying, "Sorry, Grandpa, stop. It's all right now." Aina-chan forgave him. "I'm not angry," she said as she gently patted his back that looked so small now. I didn't know what I should do, so I just stood there absent-mindedly. Grandfather coolly acknowledged the marriage. Then, he said, "Thank you for cherishing my granddaughter." After that, I had food Aina-chan's mother made, but I was so nervous that I could not taste a thing. I felt very sorry. From her mother's words of "the house is in a clean condition," I came to, it seems like Aina-chan and I will be living in the house lent to us by Ritsukan. I had completely forgot about the existence of our house, the baited newlywed life. I was prepared to live with Aina-chan's family. I was even prepared to face grandfather's abuses. But to live alone with Aina-chan. This is paradise, I thought. Aina-chan's mother, who took special care, told us to go home. The home I was visiting for the first time. Aina-chan had the keys. I did notice that she had a necklace on all the time, but apparently it seems like she had the house key with her all the time. Key girl. How adorable. I didn't know. The house was full of lovely embroidered goods. Curtains, cushions, tablecloth, and blankets. They're all handmade. Aina-chan, it felt like a fairy's house. When I told her that it is a great interior, she looked happy. As I unpacked the luggage, it soon became time for dinner. They were all great and delicious. The shed next to the house is a bathroom. Aina-chan's grandfather helped build it. Also, I felt thankful when I prepared the bath and told Aina-chan that she can go it, but she said that she can't enter before her husband. It was the same back in my country. I wonder if this is a custom of the village. Well, there was no reason for me to press hard. I graciously accepted her goodwill. After exiting the bath, I headed straight for the bedroom. Of course, there was only one bed. For now, I didn't lie down yet and sat down on a chair next to the bed. An hour later, Aina-chan came. "What's wrong? Aren't you asleep?" "I'm a little excited right now." I couldn't say a thing. Aina-chan in her pajamas was too cute. "Come on!" Exclamation mark. Aina-chan sat down on the bed and said that this is the true newlywed life. Just in case, I asked if it was alright for me to sleep together with her. "What are you talking about? We're married couples, right?" Exclamation mark. Surprisingly, she agreed. I had thought that it would take some years. Indeed, this village might be paradise. Aina-chan. When I was about to embrace her, I was stopped by someone. Nyan. Rosa? Rosa-san started sleeping between Aina-chan and me. Come to think of it, she slept together every night. However, that was not the only problem. Right next to Rosa-san, I heard light breathing from right next to Rosa-san. Aina-chan, are you asleep? She probably was tired from spending time on a boat and getting adjusted to a new life. Even when I spoke to her, she was fast asleep, not noticing me at all. What? It's like this. First nights are like this. Everyone definitely experiences this. I decided to convince myself. So, Chapter 125. Day 1 of Remote Land Life. Morning. Today, yet again, I woke up from Rosa-san's vigorous kneading. While meowing, she was demanding me to prepare food. Aina-chan, who should have been sleeping next to me, was no longer there. I felt disappointed that I couldn't see her sleeping face as I got up. Rosa, who was vulnerable to the cold, snuggled up where I was sleeping. While watching that, I slowly changed my clothes. I stoked the fire with a poker and then left the bedroom. Rossa also followed. I headed to the bathroom, drew some water and washed my face. I also brushed my teeth. The water was very cold and sent a jolt through my body. So this is natural water from the remote land. At the meowing attack of Rossa-san, I apologized and asked her to wait a little more. Already, the light was lit in the living room fireplace. I put some of Aina-chan's handmade preserved food from the shelf in a plate. I was still on my way, but she poked her face out from under my arm and started eating already. I set the food down and left so as to not disturb her. From the kitchen, the nice scent of breakfast was flowing out. I peeked in, wondering if I could help, but I was disallowed from coming in. On the table, a basket of bread was placed in the center, then soup, grilled bacon and jam was placed. It was a blissful morning scenery. Today, Ritsunicha I mean. The Lord will be coming. Hey. So Aina-chan calls Ritsukununichan. Imagining the two snow fairies playing together, a warm and fuzzy feeling filled me. More importantly, it seems that Ritskun will be telling me many things. There were things I wanted to ask as well, so I felt thankful. I think we arranged it yesterday when I was registering as a villager. Since he's busy from the afternoon, he told me that he will be coming at the second bell of the morning. Meanwhile, Aina-chan said that she will be sharing soup with her family, so I followed. When I chopped some firewood, mother-in-law was happy. Even so, it feels like the atmosphere of the village changed quite a bit. Before, it felt rather diffident, but now the villagers were interacting more. I think that it would be nice if we could get to know others at that rate. Then, after a brief moment, it was time for Ritskun to come. He brought a simple gift along with 2 chickens. Sorry for coming to a newlywed's home right after moving in. Not at all. I shook my head. Since a stranger came, Rossa stared at Ritskun warily. So this is the rumored Rossa? Hey, she's cute. Because he praised Rossa, Aina-chan looked happy. Indeed, the snow fairy sibling heals people just from their appearance. When Ritskun called her name and beckoned her over, Rossa slowly approached even as she had her guard up. When she reached him, he hugged her up. Surprisingly, Rossa was behaving well in Ritskun's arms. Indeed, he's Ritskun, who tamed that wild crimson eagle, the cat that was not friendly to anyone else but Aina-chan. Rossa-san fell in a moment. Anyhow, we moved on to the main reason for coming. Ritskun told me about living in the remote region. First, the toughest thing is without a doubt winter. In this country, there's a period called polar nights, Kalmos, where the sun does not rise. During that period, hunting can't be done since it's dangerous, and it's dark outside, so it seems that we'll be spending most of the time in our home. In spring, reindeers are milked, wild herbs are picked, and syrup from tree sap is gathered. From this period, hunting is prohibited. In summer, people pick berries, fish, or gather mushrooms. In autumn, the prohibition on hunting is lifted and people start making preserved foods for the polar nights. Ritskun was saying that in a casual manner, but doing all that was a great feat. Emmerich, you don't have to worry about anything. I'll teach you everything. He said that it's not all that hard. Ritskun, somehow, you're very reliable. I bowed down deeply and asked him to take care of me. Then, moving on the main point. Aina-chan and I both tilted our head. What could the main point be? I'm running a pub of sorts where people can enjoy drinks. Ritskun, even though you're busy already, working even more. I was further surprised upon hearing why he started the store. Believe it or not, he's trying to make a place where the villagers can socialize so that they can spend the polar nights happily. Only Ritskun can think this up because he had tough times when he was spending the polar nights alone. The beginning was nice, but it unexpectedly went too well. So, he was asking Aina-chan and me to help out. So that's what you meant by request. Right. But if you don't want to, you're free to refuse. He told me that I could reply later. Then, it seems that there will be a welcoming party at Ritskun's house. I gladly accepted the invitation. Now, I'll be going to gather nectar from birch. But what will Emmerich do? I'll go. Aina-chan said that she can do many things in the house. Since I am unable to anything, it was thankful that I could have a taste. I gladly decided to tag along. After properly saying, "I'll be off," to Aina-chan and Rosa, I left section. With knives, guns and dogs, we headed into the forest. When there are dogs, wild animals become more cautious, that they are not easily encountered. Come to think of it, there were quite a bit of dogs at Aina-chan's place. I realized that they were essential for life. Apparently, there are dogs for hunting and dogs for pulling sleds. As for the dogs, I think you can get some if you ask around the village. He also told me that I can get some from merchants. If there are any problems, you can always ask me. Thank you. Well, it feels like I've only been saying, Ritz-kun's amazing, ever since I came here. He really did have the gentleness and magnanimity that made Siegerland fall for him. As for helping out with the store, I will have to properly talk about it with Aina-chan, but I'd like to help him as much as possible. As we chatted, we arrived at a place lush with birch trees. Since getting birch nectar wasn't that hard, I'll be able to do it as well. After returning home, I had lunch and then I decided to discuss with Aina-chan about helping out with Ritz-kun's store. What do you think? When I tried to hear Aina-chan's opinion first, she told me that it was up to. My mind was made up already from a long time ago. I want to help Ritz-kun. Me too. Both of us wanted to repay Ritz-kun and Siegerland for their kindness. The talk was over at a refreshing pace. Afterwards, we made cookies to give them as gifts. We used molds made in the shape of cats, bought from the city. They were very happy about the gift we made. Here, I met Ritz-kun's mum for the first time. Aina-chan, and Richin and Lin-chan's friend. I heard that you were coming, so I had been looking forward to it. The atmosphere, the speech, they were all like Ritz-kun. No, Ritz-kun takes after his mum. It seems that his dad had returned to our country to present research. I'm sorry. And their son, Ano-kun, had grown a lot in the short time that we did not see him. It feels like he's resembling Siegerland a lot now. Looks like he will grow into a manly person. Ritz-kun's mum headed to the kitchen to prepare the meals. Siegerland wanted to help too, but apparently there was another lady, so she said that it was all right. Before the meals were served, we fully enjoyed Ano-kun's cuteness. Aina-chan looked joyful as she held Ano-kun in her arms. She sometimes did babysitting, so she said that she was used to holding babies. The figure of Aina-chan holding a child in her chest is great. It feels like that image will be in a church painting. While holding Ano-kun, Aina-chan said something with a blissful expression. I wonder when the spirit will bring us children? Anen? The spirit, bringing, children? Aina-chan, what do you mean by that? I thought I heard wrong, so I asked just in case. I had some berry juice to calm myself. Don't you know? Children are brought by the spirit, you see? That moment, the atmosphere froze up. I ended up spewing out the berry juice in a burst. Chapter 126. His and her clumsy snow country hunting life. After I heard Aina-chan's shocking remark, the mealtime flew by. It was a feast that Ritz-kun's mum and another lady made with their utmost. However, many things passed through my head that I could not enjoy the meal. During the meal, I asked them I could help with the pub-cum-cafe. Ritz-kun, Siegerland and his mum was happy. I took a breather after having tea after the meal. The women were chatting over embroidery. Ritz-kun and I were watching them. Aina-chan looks like she's having fun. I'm glad. Aina-chan is a shy girl, but it seems like she's friendly with Ritz-kun's mum. This time, they were now talking about traditional handicrafts. According to Siegerland, Ritz-kun's mum is the best artisan in town, so Aina-chan's eyes were gleaming as she listened on. Suddenly, Ritz-kun patted my shoulder. Right. Emmerich, you said you wanted to see the workspace, right? I'll show you around. Did I say that? I tilted my head. Before I could reply, he dragged my arm and I was led to the upper floor. Rather, Ritz-kun, he's quite strong. The lantern in the workshop was lit. There was a strange smell of wood and medicine. On the shelves, there were wood lamps and handicrafts. It really did feel like a crafter's room. There were dozens of different knives for carving wood, all well kept. Whenever I see them, I can't help but admire all the amazing handicrafts. Sorry, Emmerich. That. About Tana. Apparently, it seems that girls in the village learn important facts about marriage from their mothers. Aina-chan's mother, what should I say, She sent her daughter off with a smile while thinking she did that a long time ago. "I'm really sorry. If you'd like, I can ask my wife to help." I felt thankful for that. However, I declined. "Emmerich, are you really alright?" Aina-chan probably already at her limit. Now, we are trying to adjust to a new life. She's a clumsy girl. She can't handle so many things at once. It was the same when we just moved to my country. Aina-chan was very cautious about me. Well, rather than cautious, she was just shy, or nervous, should I say? Maybe because she didn't get enough sleep. There were also days when she prepared breakfast with bloodshot eyes. During such a lifestyle, the landlady even pointed out, "Aren't you making her work too hard?" Since I was dense, I replied, "Indeed, she might be straining herself too much," to which she replied, "Remember to let her sleep properly at night." I remember having a lot of question marks over my head from that. Though the landlady's worry was a big understanding. Since there was something like that, I felt somewhat relieved that she slept soundly last night. Though it was the first time we slept together, I felt happy that she slept well without getting tense. Although I felt a sense of crisis, that, is she not seeing me as a man? Well, but even so, Aina-chan staying healthy is the most important. For now, that is fine. "Emmerich, thank you." Ritz-kun grasped my hands. He said that he was happy that I was treasuring Aina-chan. "I, too, know how you feel, very well." When I asked what it was, Ritz-kun told me the surprising secret of the couple. The two that get along so well, were in fact pretending to be couples for a year. It seems that Ritz-kun fell in love with her at first sight, but that wasn't so for Siegelind. She had some problems of her own, with people around her pushing her into marriage. They married since their interests coincided, but before they married Siegelind proposed a contract. It was to live for 1 year and then accept her as a wife if he wants. I misinterpreted that contract, and believed that Siegelind would annul our marriage if she didn't like the life. So, in the end, it was not Wotan, but Ritzhard-kun who chose. Yes. Funny, isn't it? Because of the misunderstood contract, Ritz-kun lived together with Siegelind while feeling anxious sometimes. Outside, they were couples, but inside the house they were treating each other as just people living together. He was so in love with Siegelind that he thought many amazing things. "Since my wife is cute." No? Sorry. Please continue. "I have a past where I proposed to her after hearing that Siegelind was to marry." In retrospect, I think that was from the loneliness I would be feeling from her disappearing. My eyes opened after I received that roundhouse kick. That was not an action of love, but one purely of friendship. Therefore, while I don't see Siegelind as cute, not a single bit, she is the loveliest wife imaginable for Ritz-kun. So, for the first year I had to keep enduring. Since it's the kind and diligent Ritz-kun, I was thinking that he was doing well from the beginning. However, the reality is different, it seems. Well, it's like that. So cheer up, Emmerich. Thank you. It was nice to hear the stories today. I was feeling that I should take responsibility since I was so inexperienced. However, that wasn't the case. After learning that everyone becomes a couple after overcoming various problems, I got a lot of courage. Emmerich, marriage is a miracle where strangers become family. Place of birth, environment, habit, tastes, everything is different. It's natural that there would be conflict, and not everything is pleasant. However, he taught me that there are also piles of delightful events. After retelling the story, he thanked me for listening, to which I thanked him in return. Then, Aina-chan and I returned home. When I opened the door, Rosa mewed in welcome. I attempted to hug her up, but she dodged me with agile movements. Then, she asked for a hug from Aina-chan. Mini section. From the next day, I started working for Ritz-kun's family store. The name of the store is Remote Land Pub, the Crimson Eagle. What should I say? I think I can tell his love for his wife just from the store's name. Here, I was asked to be a waiter. I received orders from the customers and served them food from the kitchen. I'm still not very used to the language of this country. However, I will improve if I use it often, so I will do my best. Siegelind was to teach me. What is it? The servers. If it's Wotan and me, I think the mood might be a bit grim. In the pretty store, There are two former soldiers waiting. Siegelin stared off into the distance. I stared off into the distance as well. There are many things to remember when working as a waiter. Anyhow, the only choice I had was to repeat it many times and get used to it. I had many worries, but I was just worrying unduly. Unexpectedly, the villagers were all kind. They were not displeased when I asked them repeat the order, and even cheered for me. Working there was a great experience. My face was remembered by the villagers, that I would not be a suspicious person. Aina-chan helped out with serving when she had time. Her smile toward the villagers was still awkward, but they all watched her warmly. In the afternoon, I'll be going fishing together with Aina-chan's grandfather. It seems that his condition wasn't good, but it seems that he could start moving again recently. He's still frightening, but I decided that I should get used to that as well. Night. Good night. Gee, good night. Today too, Aina-chan worked hard, so she was very sleepy. She lied down while hugging Rosa in her chest. A few seconds after I crawled into the bed, I could hear relaxed breathing from her. Children who sleep well grow up well. I prayed that she will become an adult quickly. I started looking forward to her growth. To convince myself, I muttered that to myself. Let's work hard again tomorrow. I went off to sleep after vowing that to my heart. Aina and Emmerich's Snow Country Hunting Life in End of Volume 3. The Snow Country Hunting Life of the Northern Nobleman and the Raptor Wife. Volume 4. Final Volume. Story of the People Who Live with Nature. By immerse. Translated by Cute Origin. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade. Chapter 127. The New Blessings of Nature. When the short spring of the remote land was about to pass, Aina and Emmerich was to come back. I estimated the time when the carriage would arrive, and went outside the fort walls with Siak to wait for them. The carriage arrived on time. Aina came back dressed like a princess. I met her several times during the year and half they've been away, but she feels more like an adult woman now. Emmerich is, same as usual. I felt happy that they're healthy. The two of them left here rather awkwardly, but their atmosphere changed by quite a bit. A soft mood that fit each other flowed between them. We talked about doing a welcoming party tomorrow at my place. Mother was full of motivation. Siak checked if there were any loose threads in the traditional clothing that was to be given to them. The next day, Aina and Emmerich came as per our invitation. While the meal was being prepared, we chatted over Anno. Aina happily looked after my son. I felt pleased, feeling that she'll become a good mother. Then, Aina blurted out an absurd and problematic remark. I wonder when the spirit will bring our child? To Emmerich, who was in a state of shock, Aina supplemented her words. That children are brought by the spirit. The moment he heard that, Emmerich choked on the berry juice he was having. Siak was looking at me as if to say, what's going on? The story about the spirit bringing children is a village fairy tale used to put children to sleep. I got surprised that Aina believed in that. Since they said that they married when moved into the countryside, so I thought that the two of them had already. I then discovered that Emmerich had only been protecting Aina. Throughout the meal, Emmerich had a vacant expression. He might be worrying about what he should do from here on. After the meal, I picked out a suitable timing and took Emmerich out. When I apologized about the village's fairy tale, he forgave me, that it couldn't be helped. I suggested that I could ask Siak to teach her many things, but he told me that it's all right for now since Aina is still getting used to this new life. Emmerich, what a great person. The two of us grabbed each other's hands and resolved that we'll work hard together. Section. Aina and Emmerich decided that they'll help out with the Crimson Eagle. Since I did have days where I was helpless because there was too much, I was really thankful. I went into the kitchen with Aina, while Emmerich learned how to serve customers from Siag. I was worried about his poor language, but I decided to leave everything to the instructor. Aina is, should I say as expected, fast at learning as cooking was her specialty. She washed the dishes very quickly too. The next day, maybe because rumors of having new employees, there were more customers than usually. When I was apologizing for the lack of seats to a customer that just came in, Aina came up to me. This store is rather small. The seats are full again. Yeah. It was totally out of my expectations because I didn't imagine that the store would be this successful. If the weather gets milder, we'll be able to serve tea and food outside as well. However, it's still a little cold, so we could only serve customers inside. While we were chatting, more orders came in. I divided work with Aina and started preparing section. Since the store was not doing business today, I headed into the forest with Emmerich. We fished by the lakes and picked herbs. In the middle, we decided to have the packed lunches our beloved wives made. The mood was great as we chatted about how great the food our wives made were. I brought the fish and herbs back home and asked Siag to take care of them. After a short break, I headed into the forest again, since there should be some honey now, so I decided to check the hives. Emmerich said he wanted to help as well, so we put on proper protective clothing and headed there. When we walked a bit, we soon arrived at the place where I placed the hives. First, I placed dry grass into a metal bucket and set fire to them. This makes the bees well behaved. Before the smoke disappeared, I shut the lid. After checking the equipment again, we slowly approached the hives. Even if a bee lands on the body, don't panic. The bees are just investigating if it's a suspicious person. Emmerich, did you get that down? It's all right. Emmerich looked a little stiff. Is he really all right? I'm also still scared of bees. I understand how he feels. If you act confidently, they won't attack. I'll do my best. First, an empty comb is placed of a honeycomb. Since the layers are stuck together by wax, they need to be split using threads. Thanks to working together with Emmerich, I was able to do the work in a very short time. We took the box to some place away from the hives to open the lid, but there was wax here as well, so it didn't open. I used threads to open them again. The lid was full of bees. Here, I opened the bucket where there's burning grass. When smoke passed by, the bees that were buzzing noisily all calmed down. I gently took off the bees stuck to the top with a brush. I placed my hand into the box and took out the comb. It was heavy, filled with honey. The first layer is where the bees raise their larvae, while the second layer is where the honey is stored. We only collected 6 frames of honey. We returned home with honeycombs. We decided to process the honey at my house's yard. First, the hive entrance is carved out with a knife. Afterwards, the hive is continuously carved out. The split honeycombs are wrapped in cloth, then pressed into jars using sticks. Then, the cloths are hung, and we wait for the honey to drip naturally. After a while, the honey is completed. Thanks to Emmerich helping, the work was completed quickly. From one layer of a hive, we collected 6 frames, which have enough for 3 jars, so we got 18 jars of honey in the end. Like so, we got honey. Mother and Siag too were excited about the honey. We put honey onto the pancake Rauperon made and into warm reindeer milk. On the triple-layered pancake, the honey was gleaming. It looks so delicious. Sitting top of my lap, Arno stared at the jar of honey curiously. Sorry, Arno-chan. Let's have some jam Grandma made instead, okay? It seems that honey isn't fed to babies. Apparently, for babies whose stomachs aren't developed fully, they may get sick. Though, such symptoms are apparently limited to babies less than 6 months old. But just in case, we gave pancake with jam to Arno. On a special pancake made soft using reindeer milk, Mother's special jam was put on top. After finishing the preparations, we started eating. First, pancake with honey. It's very rich. There's an elegant sweetness, and the flavor is deep. The crispy surface of the pancakes went very well with the soft honey. Reindeer milk with honey tasted great too. It really was worthwhile to try hard even as I trembled at the bees. I shared some to the Rango family, Emmerich's family, the shop lady, and to other people I am indebted to. They were all happy, so I felt overjoyed. I secretly dreamed that it would be nice if we could get a lot of honey, that it would become a special product of the village. Section. A month passed since Aina and Emmerich came back. Though I didn't mean it, a slight change came to the store. First of all, on days when Emmerich is working, there are more ladies. I thought that it might be because Emmerich is handsome, but there was another reason. According to a lady I met in the store, that man, he tries his best even as his language is poor, you know? It's kinda cute. Also, Aina too started socializing with the village ladies. I felt glad that the two of them were doing well in the village. Chapter 128, A Sudden Visitor. First part. In the evening, A letter arrived after a long time. The sender was my father. After he was dragged away, we exchanged letters once a month. It seems like he wants to know how Arno is doing. I had suspected that he did not receive my letters, but that wasn't so. Rather, I think the power of a grandson, Arno, is amazing. After dinner, I read the letter in front of my family as usual. Harukan, Sigalin-san, Mum, Arkan, hello. The main body of the letter was very short. He wrote only one line. Dad will be coming to the village soon. Over. I checked if there was a second letter, but there was none to be found. The date, how long he'll be staying, all the details were not present. Terrible. Too terrible. Mother mused. Dad's coming back, in a carefree manner. Arno-chan, your grandpa is coming back. Having been talked to, Arno replied with an O. Recently, he could say things, such as NYU or you. I think he will be able to say proper words soon. Recently, he started reaching out for his spoon as well, trying to eat on his own. His teeth started sprouting, and he could walk while grabbing onto something. He could even play on his own. My father will be surprised to see my son's growth. Dad, I wonder when he'll come. After hearing the carefree content of father's letter, Siak was smiling wryly. We should bake the scones that he likes. As we chatted like that, there was a knock on the front door. Yes, who is it? It's me. Huh? Me who? I was thinking, but there's only one person that has this low and calm voice. Grandfather? I hastily opened the door. Outside, there was my grandfather and my father. I was so surprised that I thought that I might be dreaming for a moment. Grandfather, Dad, why? My head couldn't process it. From the sudden visit, I was so shocked. I really could not bear to let him go alone. Ha, what low trust. Of course, you idiot son. Well, but still, I was really surprised to come on the day the letter arrived. When I told them about that, grandfather was enraged. It seems like he had expected that the letter arrived quite some time ago. I am utterly disgusted at your lack of common sense. Well, while I was working hard, the date approached really quickly. While I was staring blankly at their exchange, Siak and Mother came over. My father-in-law. Mother greeted them calmly, while Siak invited them inside. Come to think of it, it's cold enough for white breaths to form. Mother and Siak went to the kitchen to prepare tea. How about dinner? No, thank you. We already had some on the ship. I see. I pulled out some chairs for them to sit down in the living room. However, grandfather was already off somewhere else for something else. Oh, Arno. He approached Anna, who was sitting on a baby chair, with a melty smile, after which he hugged Arno. You grew big. What a surprise. Arno started saying Dada to grandfather. I see, he joyfully responded. Dad, I want to Arkan, switch with me. You can do it later. Refused. Further looked at me with a dejected expression. I want to hug Arno. His face seemed to say, but seeing grandfather chat with large smiles on his face, it was impossible to ask him to switch. So I shook my head. Right. Harukan, I have a gift for you. The moment I heard that, I could only get a bad vibe. Further set the leather bag he had onto the table. What is this? The large bag was squirming. Why what did you bring along? Seeing the leather bag rustle, grandfather lashed out. It seems like Further brought it while grandfather didn't notice it. Dad, what's this? A cat? Huh? It was shivering in front of the fort gate, so I thought it was sad. No, but a cat? Why outside? It seems like he captured it very dexterously that even grandfather did not realize it. Could it be? Remembering Anna's cat, I quickly opened the bag. However, from inside, a brown-haired cat peeked out. Different. Maya, cried the cat. Since it was docile, I grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. Its face was a size larger than Anna's cat. Its legs were large too. It definitely wasn't a normal cat. Dad, this is a lynx. Elves. I thought so. Maybe because it was hungry, it mewed in protest. Troubling. Maybe I'll feed it milk using the baby bottle Harukan was using. I had a baby bottle? Yeah. Father headed to the storage shed outside the house with light footsteps. In the middle, I realized that he didn't bring a lantern with him, so I hurried chased after him. As father said, There really was a baby bottle. After disinfecting it, I fed it reindeer milk that was warm to the same temperature as human skin. Upon seeing the lynx, Mother didn't mind, just going, my, while Siak's eyes opened wide. Anna was imitating the cat, crying, Nanya. Maybe because the cat was rather famished, it was drinking milk at a frightening rate. Give me more milk. It seemed to protest as it needed my belly because its claws were sharp and tough. They got tangled with my clothes, causing them to get holes. When I was disappointed, Siak consoled me, saying that she'll fix them later. After drinking everything, when I gently tapped its back like how I did it to Arno, it let out a burp. If I don't do this, babies have trouble ending up in vomiting the milk, though I'm not sure about cats. Grandfather was glaring at Further with a stern expression. Oi, idiot son. Yes? What are you going to do about this cat? I also wanted to hear the answer to that. I can't raise it. Lynxes grow to become bigger than our dogs. To feed that, just the cost of food will be amazing. There's also another problem. Though lynxes are known to be relatively docile, they are still carnivores. They're not a species that can live with people. Even so, abandoning a baby cat is something I'm averse to. Don't worry, I'll be taking this to the zoo. Ah, I see. I heard that there's a large zoo in the capital. If it's there, they might be able to protect the lynx. Since I was planning to visit there on the way home, it worked out just right. I'm glad that he didn't pick it up without thinking. Dad, how long will you be staying? 3 days? I see. If it's just that, maybe we'll be able to accommodate them. Hey, Arno. You can't. Naya. He reached out for the cat out of curiosity, but that's touching is out of question. Just a while ago, it tried to bite off cloth from my coat. Though it was impossible since it didn't have teeth yet. Oi, Lucas, it's your job to take care of the cat. Take proper care of it while we're staying. So it turns out like that in the end. Of course, for now, the cat was to be taken care of by Father in the living room. Mother will be with him, so there shouldn't be problems. Further went upstairs with the cat in his arms, while complaining, I wanted to hug Arkan though. Mother followed him. Ah, it feels as though a storm passed. Really, I am at a loss for words at his absurdity. After the commotion died down, we finally had some time to talk about recent events. So you started a store? Yes, I told him about the remote land pub the Crimson Eagle through a letter. He told me that he's looking forward to visiting the store tomorrow. He also told me about how Father was doing over in his country. It seems like Grandfather getting stressed over the ever carefree father. Father is well, still, what should I say? Don't worry about returning home. I'll properly drag him back with me. He said that with a serious expression while hugging my son, so I ended up laughing. Chapter 129, A Sudden Visitor. Middle part. The next day, when I went to the living room after dressing up, the whole family was gathered there. Everyone's such an early bird. Good morning. Morning. While having Arno on his lap, Grandfather returned his greeting to me. It appears that he's been fully prepared with his sleeves rolled up, looking forward to feeding Arno breakfast. Siak brought baby food from the kitchen. The menu is a mixture of soft porridge cooked with vegetables and grains, boiled potatoes with cheese, and bean soup. In addition, the soup isn't spiced and the ingredients are crushed. The dish will have plenty of the ingredients' flavor. Arno's food is always handmade by Siak. I can feel that the baby food making skills are getting better and better day by day. It appears that Grandfather studied how to feed baby food. When that was brought up, Father made a dissatisfied expression. When I asked what happened, an unbelievable event was recounted. Father is cruel. He told me to help him with practicing feeding baby food. It's not as though it would help. It's because you are more troublesome than newborn babies. In the end, it seems Father ran away at full speed and even stayed outside the home for about a week because he was scared going back home. He really is useless. It's impossible, Father. The baby food should be cooled soon. Arno was trying to reach out for the spoon. Oh, are you hungry? Don't worry, this Gramps will feed you. Door, replied Arno, energetically lifting up his hand. Grandfather put a bib on Arno with a smile. First, he sat Arno down on a chair with a table. Then the breakfast was set down on the table. First, An adult tried it to see that it's not hot. Looks alright. He placed a bit of the food on the spoon. Then, Arno opened his mouth. He gently moved the spoon. Having been fed, Arno chewed and gulped. Sty, Anen. Grandfather, he says it's tasty. I see. Then that's great. Grandfather patiently fed Arno. While cleaning the utensils, Siag thanked him. Grandfather-in-law, thank you very much. Don't mention it. While having beads of sweat forming on his brows, grandfather looked satisfied. Seeing that, father made request. Harukan, can I feed him at lunch? You can't. You need to take care of the cat you picked up. The cat last night. It seems like he spent the night with the lynx, elves, but it didn't go off to sleep well, mewing in search of its mother. To those cries, approximately one person was influenced. Naya. After hearing about the lynx, Arno gained a passion about Nyanyan. However, unfortunately, he's not allowed to touch large cats. Even as he had breakfast, Arno kept imitating cat sounds. Because it felt like his passion for cats was left unanswered, I decided to go out a bit. I was heading for Emmerich and Dana's house. Emmerich was chopping wood in the front yard, so I talked to him. Emmerich, morning. Ritzhard-kun, Arno-kun, you too. At Emmerich's feet, there was a pile of split wood. Even with that amount, he still looked refreshed and did not tired at all. That's a former soldier for you. What's wrong? That is, since Aina just came out of the house, I decided to request something. What do you need? Well, I'd like you to show him Rossa. I told the couple that Arno was interested in cats. I told them that it's fine if he's not allowed to not touch, so I asked him he could just observe. If it's Rossa, she's sunbathing by the window. How about watching there? Then, I'll let him see her from outside the window. Aina's cat, Rossa, is usually a quiet cat, but it's quite capricious, that when Emmerich tries to hug her she sometimes gives him sharp kitty punches. So Emmerich told us that it might be dangerous to come into direct contact. Nyanya. Yes. Let's go see Nyanyan. We went around to the back of the house and looked into the windows. There, we saw Rossa sunbathing. Arno. It's Cat-san. When I introduced her, he smiled sweetly. However, Rossa had her back to the window. I tried calling her name, but she did not react. What a cold cat's armor. However, I read about cats' habits in a book. I picked some shepherd's purse growing on the ground and gently tapped the window. Then, Rossa turned over. The moment she looked over here, I quickly shook the grass. Rossa looked left and right, and started chasing after the grass with her eyes. It seems like that it's the cat's hunting instinct. Arno looked happy to see Rossa. Nyan. It's Cat-san. Isn't she cute? Arno had his hand on the window and traced his fingers on it. Tired of chasing after the grass, Rossa yawned. Cat-san, I wonder what she's going to next. Can I? Having the service spirit, Rossa placed her paw on the window. Seeing the paw service, Arno chortled and clapped happily. I thought he would be satisfied from that, but he had his hands outstretched towards Rossa and diligently squirmed his fingers. Could it be that he wants to touch her? Arno. Don't touch Rossa. You'll get a kitty punch. Oh, I slowly backed away with him, but his sight was set on Rossa. Indeed, cats are lovely, but they are fickle, so touching's not allowed. I told my son about the sad state of affairs regarding the cat industry. Arno, sorry, Naya. I left Mansion Emmerich, Aina, and started walking back home. Because the cat disappeared, Arno started sulking. Troubling to think that Arno would be this interested in cats. In the end, he started sobbing. Sorry, I'm really sorry. It will soon be time to open the sitter. While thinking that I should leave Arno to Siag, I hurriedly returned to my home. When I opened the door and looked into the entrance, there was a figure of a white creature. Seeing that, Arno stopped crying and gleamed his eye. Nyan. The entity that turned around after realizing our presence was not a white cat, but Tiburon, who was wearing white bear fur. Nyan. After seeing Arno, Tiburon tilted his head. Arno, that's not Nyan, but Gorgor? Maybe not. It's a kind bear-san. I told him. Well, it's Tiburon. Arno was fixated on the bear Tiburon. Now, he looked as though he would die if he can't touch Tiburon. Can you let him touch the fur a bit?" With the hand not holding Arno, I conveyed my intention through gestures. Tiburon nodded and turned around, showing his back to us. "Tiburon, thank you." "Arno, you can touch." When we got close to his back, Arno started fondling the soft bear fur. "Nyan, this is Bear-san." "Air-san." So close. Maybe because he felt the bear fur plenty enough, he started nodding off. When I rocked him a bit after thanking Tiburon, he soon went off to sleep. What a relief to think that the links that further brought would develop into this incident. After returning home, when I talked about bear fur and Tiburon to grandfather, he was very disappointed, saying that he should have brought the bear fur. It seems like he didn't bring the bear fur coat that we gave him some time ago. Afterwards, whenever Arno saw Tiburon, he said, "Bear." Noticing grandfather's intense gaze, he lent his white bear fur. Grandfather, wearing white bear fur, looked very happy, having become half naked because he lent the fur. Tiburon watched grandfather and Arno warmly. Chapter 130. A Sudden Visitor. Last part. In the afternoon, I invited grandfather to the Crimson Eagle. In this time of the day, men are out hunting, while women are busy preparing meals. Thus, the store doesn't have many people. "You made a great store, thanks to you." He complimented the store's exterior and interior. The fact that I made them in the image of Siegelind was quickly found out. "Please, sit over here." When I glanced at Emmerich, who was watching the store, he came over to take orders. While I was at it, I decided to introduce him to grandfather. "Grandfather, this is Sieg's former colleague, Emmerich David-san." Emmerich looked nervous as he made his introduction, but after hearing that grandfather is a marquis, his expression was even more strained. It seems like grandfather recalls Emmerich's name. "Hoch, so you're the kind-hearted man that left his country and settled here." Before, I had talked about Anna and Emmerich with grandfather. He was ordered Emmerich, who chose to move to another country for his love. I called Dana from the kitchen. Grandfather asked Anna and Emmerich to take seats, and started chatting. Since it was time for the shift to change, I decided to bring them some tea. I was worried that Anna would be shy. I stole a peek at them. The couple looked nervous, but they soon started chatting happily. Phew, that's a relief. In the evening, many people start coming. Sieg and mother came over to help. Grandfather bid farewell to Anna and Emmerich and returned home with Arno. When the evening bell tolled, customers rushed in here. Soldiers or merchants come after their work is finished. A little later, village men also visited to get drinks. Anna's special snacks quickly started running out. It seems like having sweet things is booming now, and people placed orders for pies and cookies just before the store closes. We closed when the last bell, around 8, rings. After paying up, the customers returned. The baked goods for taking away were all sold out. After closing, Sieg cleaned the chairs, tables and the floor. As for myself, I prepared for tomorrow. I kept mincing vegetables and meat. Today's soup will be a soup of spring root vegetables and reindeer meat. I baked the pie using blueberry jam. An hour later, Sieg seemed to be finished cleaning too, and was wiping off the sweat from her brows. "Thank you for your hard work." "Yeah, Ritz. You too. Shall we go home?" "Sure. It's dangerous at night." I made up an adequate excuse and held Sieg's hand. Her hand was still warm, and it felt soothing to touch. When I glanced at her, she looked slightly fatigued. "Sieg, isn't it tough helping out with the store?" I felt sorry for making her work for my whims. However, Sieg unexpectedly replied that she's enjoying it. I felt surprised that I could serve customers. I think I have quite a diverse set of potential. I see. Moreover, it feels nice to see the villagers smiling from eating Ritz's food. "You're going to make me cry, Siegelind." I wanted to shout, "Yuwa, I love you," right here, but it would disturb everyone, so I didn't. "Thank you, Sieg." To that, she smiled gracefully. Never before had I been gladder that my night vision is good. Section. After returning, when I opened the front door, I was greeted by grandfather's shouting, "You are an idiot, a ridiculous idiot. Just what is happening?" I hurried to the living room. There, I saw my grandfather ready for battle and my father ready to run away. "Do you realize whose mouth is saying that?" "Father, I'll be back soon." "You say that, but you're thinking of running away." "That's not true." "Just I'm just curious about the forest during night. I don't want to hear your excuse. Father was getting a beating with grandfather's cane. Arno and mother weren't here. They're probably upstairs, sleeping. Panicking, I rushed in between them. The weapon. The cane was confiscated by Siak with dexterous movements. Ritzhard, don't stop me. Today for sure. I'll punish him. Please, let's calm down. Grandfather-in-law, how about some coffee? Siak offered some coffee that mother must have prepared to grandfather. We offered further a seat as well. After calming down, when I asked what the commotion was about, I learned that father said that he wanted to go out to the forest at night. To that, grandfather suspected that he'll be running away. Father, I'm not going to run away anymore. I can't trust you. Plus, Ritzhard said that the forest's dangerous at night. Yet you want to go there? I can only say that you're mad. It'll take only a moment. You're still saying that. I calmed down grandfather, who stood up and had his hands clenched into fists. It was too heated for a father-son fight. However, once father is interested in something, he doesn't listen. Thus, there can only be one solution. Dad, let's go with me. Harugun, really? What? If we're armed and with dogs, beasts won't approach. I've got good night vision, so there shouldn't be anything too dangerous. Though, my maternal grandfather, Khad, forbade people from going into the forests at night. Well, it should be alright. Ritzhard, you spoil your father too much. It'll be the first and last time I'm doing this for father, so please forgive me. When I stood up and bowed, grandfather clicked his tongue. He clammed up and did not say anything in response. I gave Siag a look asking her to take care of grandfather, and left with father. I took a lantern. We headed to the night forest section. The forest at night was dark and felt strange. The green that can be seen in the warm light of day cannot be found anywhere. It felt like a different world. Further walked carefully, checking the chirps of insects and the soft early summer breeze. In the note he held, he was jotting things down. I wondered if he could see properly in the dark. As I thought, he wanted to come here for research purposes. In the middle, the atmosphere changed drastically. I had chills all over my body, so I looked around me. Exclamation mark. A little way off, I noticed something absurd, so I crouched down on the spot. I hugged the dogs tightly so that they won't bolt out. Harukun's, what's wrong? There's a brown bear. Whoa. If we stay still here, it will leave. From the sudden encounter, my heart pounded loudly. What was it doing? It was scratching its back against a birch tree. I see. He swiftly took out his note. Why would he need information on what a bear does when its back itches? Hey, Harugun, what do brown bears eat? Deer, boars. Hey, so that's why it's so big. There's a large bear in the forest, but Further was really carefree. He really has a good personality. Harugun, shall we return when the bear disappears? That would be the best. Good. Had we proceed in the forest, the result would have been that I would have to carry Further home. I thought that we would continue in silence, but in a rare moment, Further spoke to me. Harugun, you're amazing. You're being a proper father. Why so suddenly? I'm just doing it normal. Dad, what's up? I just thought that. I wonder if the fantastical night forest makes people sentimental? It was rare to see father show this much interest for someone else. Harugun, aren't you scared? About what? That you'll make someone unhappy from your words or actions. Father told me a story of when he just started living in the village, providing people with various information. What if the disease doesn't get cured? What if farming fails? What if the herb is toxic? I was scared of many things. Father wasn't a professional. He merely provided information he read from books. He told me that it was unbearably frightening to not know what the results will be. Also, he did not know how to make his family happy. It was not written on any of the books in the house. So that's why you left the village. Father nodded. I'm also scared. I also have fear that someone might become unhappy from anything I try. However, most of those things just end up being undue worries. Dad, I think the point is that it all depends on the feelings. There's something like that? There is. Happiness does not try to run away nor hide. For example, the weather being nice, flowers blooming in the garden, the breakfast soup being tasty. So, Appreciating normal things as happy things, is it? Yes. Thinking that I would make someone unhappy is a fruitless thing to do, and fear makes one depressed. It takes away space in the heart to feel happiness. Harukan, you're amazing after all. I told you I'm normal. Indeed, you're Richel's son. I'm also your son. Yes, right. Father might have felt many things after getting abandoned by mother, maybe even having changes in his heart. I felt that it was nice to bear his feelings like this. When we stopped talking, I slowly stood up. The bear was no longer at the birch tree. Let's go back. Right. The father and son walked side by side. When I looked up at the sky, the starry scene was spread out across the sky section. The next day, father and grandfather left for the capital of this country. Of course, he took the baby lynx, Ilves. He picked up in front of the fort. In front of the door, with mother, Siag and Arno. We saw them off. Grandfather told us to stay healthy, and told us that he will be writing soon. He also thanked us for taking care of my father. You fool of a son, you also thank Ritz hard. I know. First, he apologized to Siag for being a burden, and held out a dagger that he apparently received from a chieftain of a tribe during his travels. Such a precious thing. Please protect the family. If it's that, then yes. Thank you very much. Why did he give a dagger to Siag to protect the family? I doubted my father's sense. After that, he looked at mother. Richel-san. Yes, please take care of our family. Yes. Mother was bowing in silence. It was the first time seeing her like that. Ano-kun, you too, thank you. He softly stroked Ano's head and blessed him to grow up healthy. Ritzhard-kun. Yes? It seems like he has something for us well. I didn't know what I should say, so ended up stiffening. Father did an unexpected thing. He spread his arms wide and hugged his 30-year-old son. Then, he whispered one phrase into my ears. I'm sorry. There were many things, so I didn't know what he was apologizing for. Regardless, I said, it's all right, and forgave him. Like so. The tempestuous father and son left. I saw that back off with a different feeling from before. Chapter 131, Meat Day. The most delicious season for meat would be winter. Animals fatten up in autumn, the season of harvest, and also put on more fat to prepare for the cold. The meat becomes firm and tasty. In contrast, meat in summer is thin, and the quality is bad. Well, hunting is prohibited in summer, so we don't eat game then though. Though we can't hunt meat, we have fish from the rivers and lakes as the main source of food. In the Crimson Eagle, we change the menu depending on the season. Meatball pasto is not sold until autumn, and instead we have smoked meat and tomato pasta. The fish dishes consist of steamed, fried, or braised dishes. I thought them up with Aina every day. Still, there are days in summer when I want to have some meat. When I really want meat, I butcher one of my reindeer or buy meat from the store. In the year that Siag came, I butchered one reindeer, but I'd like to keep them all this year. The merchants that visit the village bring chickens or pigs, all whole, if possible. I want to try various kinds of meat. Thus, I decided to go to the market in the port. Thus, Siag, let's go to the port to buy some meat. I asked while holding Siag's hand. Ah, of course, with Arno and mother, Ritz. Siag looked troubled. Maybe I shouldn't have suddenly sprung this on her. I was reflecting, but, Richin, go with Lin-chan, just the two of you, exclamation mark. I got surprised at the sudden voice from behind. Right behind me, there was mother holding Arno in her arms. I didn't realize it at all. I don't hold Siag's hands when I'm around my family, so it's very embarrassing. Siag could see mother, so that's why she looked troubled. Mother delivered a finishing blow. Isn't your mummy and daddy very nice to each other? Mother, it's embarrassing, so please stop. Don't say that to Arno. My face felt hot. I had been completely off guard. Mum will be watching the house with Arno-chan, so you two can go. The sun's strong today, so it's hard for Arno anyway, mother added. Right, that is true. Come to think of it, what about you, Siag? I can't leave Arno. Mother told Siag to leave the lullabies to her. Lin-chan, I'd be happy if you let yourself get spoiled sometimes. Yes. Then, it's decided. Let's go, Siag. Mother told us that we should have some good food and spend a relaxing time. Promptly, I dressed up and headed for the port city. In front of the door, Mother and Arno saw us off. Arno, is there anything you wish? Bear. Yeah, if there is. Arno's passion for bears did not know when to stop. Mother told him that they should read bear picture books. A few days ago, many picture books with bears in them arrived from grandfather. Then, Mother, Arno, I'll be off. Yes, have a safe trip. See you. In Mother's arms. Arno also waved at us. Siag and I also waved back as we headed off. Section. There was only Siag and me in the carriage headed for the port city. This kind of reminds me of the sausage and beer festival, doesn't it? Right. Today, Siag wore women's traditional clothing. This is beautiful. This is a sight for sore eyes. It's a feast for my eyes. Though, the usual Siag is extremely beautiful as well. It's Arno's birthday next month, so it'd be nice if we could get a nice present. Right. After Arno was born, a year passed in a blink. Watching my son grow healthily was very enjoyable. This is bliss. Leaning against Siag's shoulder, I ended up muttering that. She smiled at me and stroked my hair. When we arrived at the port, we looked around the market. Vegetables, fruits, bread, snacks, flowers, etc. We also visited places other than food stores, such as hat shops and clothes shops. Bear found in a toy store. There were teddy bears. Siag, what do you think? Looks good. It's neither too big nor too small, just perfect. It was a bear with cute eyes. Looks like something handmade by an artisan. It was rather pricey as it was an imported good, but since it looked good I decided to buy it as a present for Arno so that the smell of food won't permeate it. I put it in a leather bag. When we passed the general stores and strolled in front of the bottled goods stores, we came across food vendors. The stalls gave off the fragrance of grilling meat. The purpose of this visit, I did have breakfast, but maybe because I moved a lot in the market my stomach was already appealing that it was hungry. What should we do? Would a restaurant be better? I'm fine with anything. Then, I want to see Siag's face while eating, so let's go to a restaurant. While holding Siag's hand, we decided to go to the onboard restaurant I visited before with Mother because it was not time for lunch yet. It was empty inside the store. We were led to a seat by a window looking out into the sea. How pretty. The figure of Siag staring out the window, that is. I only thought such things today because the two of us are alone. Ritz, did you decide yet? I was looking at you. I couldn't say that, so I hastily chose a dish. It might be nice having beef for a change. Right. Siag's country has quite a lot of pork dishes. When I had been staying at the Wattins' place, beef came out only once a week, or less than that. For some reason, I felt like eating plenty of meat, so I chose that meat that is only just roasted. Siag ordered beef cheeks braised in wine. I chose thickly sliced charcoal roast beef. As we discussed what we should do for Arno's birthday party, the dishes came. The smell of meat roused my appetite. After praying to the spirit, I immediately started eating into the thick slice of beef. I plunged my knife. The beef, being from a domesticated animal, was astonishingly soft. Even without putting in much strength, the meat was cut easily. The juice from the meat came out as well. I sliced it into a bite size and hid it with some orange sauce. Ooh, what a light taste. It was light taste different from that of berry sauce. I think I could have it when I'm tired in summer. It also went well with the meat juice. Anyhow, the beef did not taste strong at all, and was tender and delicious. Siag, how's yours? I think it's the best wine-braised dish I had. I see. Siag scooped some up with a spoon and offered it to me. Could she be telling me to say really? Yeah. I gladly received her goodwill and had the wine-braised meat she shared with me. It's delicious. Because Siag fed me, it was too delicious. Then, in return, I too. While I was carving some meat, fisherman sat down at the table next to ours. Flustered from surrounding eyes, I decided to just place the meat on a small dish. After our meal, we headed for the market to get some meat. What should we do about the meat? Why don't we buy a little bit of each? Right. However, even beef has a lot of parts. I don't which is good. How the cheek meat, like the one we had before. That might be nice. At a small butchery, I bought beef cheeks, chicken, and pork shoulders. Since the flavor of wine-braised meat would be too strong for Arno, I headed for the vegetable store to buy things for making braised vegetables. The ride back was filled full with people, but I was stuck close to Siak, so it was a nice situation. Like so, our shopping trip for meat ended. The doll. What should we do? Come to think of it, we promised that we'll buy a bear as a gift. I was thinking of giving that on his birthday, but it should be fine if we gave it to him today. Right. In the end, we gave the teddy bear to him immediately. I started planning to make a carved wooden bear for his birthday, or something. Arno seemed to have taken a liking to the teddy bear on first sight, and hugged it. That figure is so cute. Like so, our holiday passed pleasantly and delightfully. Chapter 132. Luca and the Loving Husband's Mushroom Picking. In the morning, my mother commanded me to go out and pick some mushrooms. Why me? I thought, but apparently my little brother's wife has a baby. Since pregnant women shouldn't go out to the forest, the job fell on me. I think the work that my sister-in-law had been doing will now have to be done by me. Tomorrow, I might have to go picking berries. Well, it is a joyous event, so I'm fine. With a large basket holding leftovers from breakfast, I headed for the exit of the village. At the reception window of the fort, I chanced upon a familiar face. That person had a smile friendlier than anyone else's and was waving. It's Luca. It was the Lord. Behind him, there was another man. It was Anna's husband. He's a foreigner, and I can't quite recall his name. I remember the village ladies getting excited that he was cute. I thought that it's because he's handsome, but it apparently his way of talking is what makes him cute. Or so, though I can't understand why a poor language skill would be cute. Luca, are you going to the forest too? Yes. So? Then, let's go together. Why? The more the merrier? What's up with this lord? What did he eat to become this simple and innocent? He made a refreshing smile that belied his 30 years. Before I noticed it, he was pulling my hand. Stop. It's all right. It's all right. What's all right? I don't get you. Rather, the Lord is quite strong. I left the fort by getting dragged out. Section. The midsummer forest was lush with greenery, and the bountiful nature glistened. Right, Luca, use this. The Lord suddenly turned round and handed me a bottle filled with some liquid. When I asked what it was, he told me that it was insect repellent. There's something like that? Apparently. I learnt it from my father. When I opened the lid, a strong smell attacked my nose. Most likely, it's mint. There are many bugs in this period. When one returns from the forest, there are many itchy bug bites. Is it really effective? Yes, it is. Right. Emmerich or whatever who was talked to silently nodded. Well, better than nothing, I thought as I tried it. It hurts if it goes into the eyes, so be careful. All right. He told me that it's good to apply it where there's exposed skin, so I applied it on my neck and hands. When I applied the repellent, it was quite chilly. I'll have to endure stinging scent. Though, it would be amazing if it really was effective. Did you apply it? Then, let's go. We resumed our walk for mushrooms. I don't have much confidence about picking mushrooms, and it has been that way from a long time ago. First of all, I can't understand where they grow. I did hear that they grow in damp places, but that's hard to find. What's more, there are quite a lot of poisonous mushrooms. There are many ones that look similar to edible ones, so it's annoying to differentiate them. I looked around for mushrooms while walking, but I could only see colorful poisonous mushroom. There. The Lord gestured that there are mushrooms. The place of discovery is under a fallen tree. The tree had already rotted, and the inside was hollow. The mushrooms were growing there. There's quite a lot. Why don't we take them? It seems like the Lord will be sharing the mushrooms he found. The three of us crouched down and picked the mass of mushrooms. Fallen trees, stumps and places under fallen leaves do not get sunlight. While it might seem difficult to see where mushrooms grow, it is easy this way. Emmerich was writing something on a piece of paper while listening to the Lord talk. Seems like he's writing about the characteristics of mushrooms. When I took a peek, the picture was very good, so I got surprised. Afterwards, the Lord continued through the forest, picking more mushrooms. Luca, from here, it's a secret place, ? What is it? Even when I asked that, he merely continued further into the forest. We walked by the riverbeds and arrived at the spot I usually fished at. What about this place? A little further? Emmerich didn't seem to know either, as he had a clueless expression. Well, he always looks absent-minded though. When we walked a little further, there was a great amount of mushrooms growing on a slope. It was a black mushroom called cornet. I think it's called so because it looks like a black trumpet. What is this? Isn't it amazing? The end of the slope led into a deep river. It would be tough if one slipped by accident. It's somewhat dangerous, so I could only come sometimes. The Lord explained about the mushroom to Emmerich. These taste good when dried and put into meatballs. They're also good if fried with butter and eaten with meat. Hearing that, I ended up unconsciously drooling. Of course, cornet tastes nice. However, they only grow in the wildest parts of the forest, or so my mum and my sister-in-law had said. I was always ordered to pick some when I go out fishing, but I never discovered them until now. Now then, let's get as much as we can before it's time for lunch. He said that it's fine to get as much as want, so we started picking cornets. When the baskets were filled to the brim with mushrooms, my stomach started growling. The Lord suggested that we should start eating. Luca, did you bring some food? Yeah. The well-prepared Lord brought a quilt from his house. It was laid down on a sunny meadow and the three of us opened our packed lunches. The Lord boasted about his wife's food. He showed us the content, but it was clear that she didn't cook that well. To be honest, the leftovers I have are better. However, the Lord looked at his food very happily. Emmerich, you had yours made by Aina, right? Aina-chan woke up early and prepared for me. It was the usually reserved Emmerich, but when it's about his wife he speaks very well. Using our language, one which is foreign to him, he talked about his wife. Smiling, no, grinning, is it? Seeing the two of them talk about their wife's food, it felt disappointing for some reason, though I can't tell why. Emmerich, looks like you've got bear meat. Where'd you get that? Could he have hunted one? When I stared at the airhead like man, he shook his head. Aina-chan, received, bear. Could it be from Tapiron? Right. Apparently, Emmerich's place and the martial race family are quite friendly. Come to think of it, I think I saw her, Maruparon, with Aina, or whatever her name was, rather often recently. The two of them acted on their own for a long time, so it was a surprise that they became friends. Though it might be that lonely people are drawn to each other. As we ate while trading the contents of our lunch, lunchtime was over soon. The baskets were full, so we soon returned to the village. Before we could get into the fort, the Lord warned me. Luca, the place where cornets grow is dangerous, so take someone with you, if possible, with another man. All right. If you ask, I'll accompany you. Emmerich's fine too. I'll invite you if I feel like it. When I said that, he smiled and pounded my shoulder. Seriously, you're strong. Come to think of it, how was the repellent? I don't think I got stung anywhere. I see, that's nice. The Lord told me how to easily make repellent. Since it was just having herbs placed in alcohol for some time, I think I could make some myself. Don't forget to shake it once a day. Also, store it somewhere dark. Okay. The Lord and Emmerich seems like they'll be chatting with the soldiers at the fort. For now, I thanked them for the mushroom picking trip and parted ways. The village women looked busy. They have to pick mushrooms and berries then process them. So it's the busiest period in the year for them. I strolled through the village amidst that. Since cornets are tasty, I thought of taking a little to her house. As I don't want her to feel indebted, I won't give it to her personally. Leaving it in the post box should do. Then, her old man would just think that some faraway neighbor gave it to him. I placed some cornets in a pouch and put it in the post box while checking that there wasn't anyone else around. When I quickly got away from the house and was sighing, Maruparon suddenly appeared in front of me. I was so surprised that I almost jumped up into the air. To quell my rampaging heart, I ended up saying things I didn't really mean. It was surprising enough to just meet her, but Maruparon was wearing the traditional clothes of this village. That was, well, what should I say, cute. Our eyes met, bringing me back to reality. Myuparon looked absent-minded too, so I grabbed her shoulder lightly, asking if she heard me, to hide my true feelings. Then, Myuparon, who usually did not react, made an expression of surprise. It was rather frightening, so I ended up stepping back. Myuparon told me that I grew taller. I knew that I surpassed her height some time ago, but I didn't know Myuparon learned to speak the language of this country. When did she learn it? Rather, when I realized that she would have understood those harsh things I have been saying, I felt as though I was struck by lightning. Just what had I been saying? But it's too late to regret. I decided to apologize to her after organizing my thoughts and feelings. From that day, I fell victim to Myuparon's counterattacks. It seems like she learned the language from her new friend Dana, who is Emmerich wife. Since she could only speak a little, she asked me a lot of questions and chatted with me. I was thinking of apologizing to her, but when I'm in front of Myuparon I can't get myself to be honest. It looked like she was enjoying talking to me with words that she was not very familiar with. I was surprised at how unexpectedly talkative she was. Also, that clumsy speech and tone was also, well, cute. A little later, I realized that I was thinking the same thing as the village ladies. Final chapter. The snow country hunting life of the northern nobleman and the raptor wife. This summer, we are holding a long-awaited event. Arno's birthday. Turning 1 soon. Our son has been growing very well, now being able to crawl a little and voice out somewhat. I can't afford to miss any moment of his growth. In the midst of that enjoyable life, a surprising letter arrived. It appears that Further will be returning home near the day of Arno's birthday. I think he came rather recently, but maybe he got homesick, or something. I'm not sure. I remember feeling uneasy living with him, but I'll have to compromise. Siag and I consoled each other that we'll do our best. Recently, we've been returning to normal life. The Crimson Eagle is run with Aina and Emmerich at the core, with Mother and Siag helping out. We'll be hiring more people soon. The beekeeping's a slow process. I don't have the amount to sell stuff yet. Well, I'm thinking of working on it steadily. Today, I went out to the forest to pick berries with Siag after a long time. As for Arno, Further was looking after him. Right after he returned home, I felt somewhat uneasy, but Mother was home too, so I think it should be fine. For Siag, it was a berry-picking trip after a long time, and her second summer in the remote land. Today, since we're having Arno's birthday, we'll have to put in more effort into picking berries for baking cake. We reached the place full of berries located deep in the lush greenery. While talking with Siag, I hand-picked the berries. When I looked at the watch out of thought of hunger, it was time for lunch. Siag, let's have lunch. It's already time for that. Indeed. I had the packed lunch Mother and Siag made, and moved to an open meadow. Come to think of it, was it around this area where we saw the white flowers? Yeah. Want to go see them? A frail flower that blooms only in summer, the star of the forest. It seems that she remembered the flower we saw together in our first year of marriage. We worked our way through the bushes to reach a field of flowers full of starflowers. Ooh, flowers. They look splendid. Elegant white flowers were in full bloom. They were prettiest I ever saw. We sat down on the grass and had lunch while enjoying the flowery view. The packed lunch consisted of ham sandwich and berry juice. Delicious. The ham was made from the combined effort of Siag and me. The procedure was simple. Herbs, spices, salt and the like are used to season the meat. Then that meat is wrapped in clean cloth and tied at the left and right like candy. Above that, it's tied with some string for storage. It is then left for about a week, and boiled for about 2 hours. The cloth is then removed from the boiled pork meat, and it is completed by draining the water and smoking the meat. I learned this from father-in-law, and it is amazingly delicious. Raw ham takes a while, so I didn't try it yet, but I want to try making some if I have some time. I still can't forget the taste of the 3-year-old ham I had then. Even after having our meal, Siag and I kept looking at the flowers. These flowers, Mother likes them too. I see. Then, shall we take some back? That might be nice. I stood up and reached a hand out to Siag, pulling her up. You are! Exclamation mark. I slipped, and the moment I pulled her up I fell backwards. Worst of all, I ended up dragging her with me. I hugged her tightly so that she won't get hurt. The flower bed acted as a cushion, so it didn't hurt that much. Siag, I'm sorry, are you alright? Apologetically, I stiffened up after falling down. When I was about to get up, I noticed something strange with Siag. She was shaking her shoulders for some reason. Siag. I thought she was hurt, but it was just her laughing. When I asked what was so funny, it seems like the two of us falling together was funny. Sorry, I'll get up now. Wait, a little more like this. I'm surrounded in summer flowers, and there's Siag in my arms. What a splendid situation. Thinking that, I relaxed for a while. Aren't I heavy? Not at all. Then that's fine. Staying silent for a while, I enjoyed the air of the forest, the scent of the flowers and the chirping of the birds. Of course, I fully enjoyed hugging Siag as well. When I first came here, Ritz, didn't you lie down on the ground like now? Right. It seems like Siag was curious about why I was rolling around in the forest floor. Now I know. If I am like this, I feel as if I can sense all the glistening of the forest. Yes, that might be true. If I am lying on the grass like this, I can feel the whole forest. It seems like I've been unconsciously enjoying the summer forest. Siag and I, the two of us enjoyed the lush nature, then left after picking some starflowers. Before going into the village, I greeted the soldiers on duty at the fort window. Welcome back, Your Lordship. I'm back. It was Captain Artonan's shift today. Today's the young master's birthday. Yes. Nice. This is something everyone from the fort prepared. Thank you. Believe it or not, the fort's soldiers had prepared a birthday present for Arno. It seems like it's a picture book. I thanked them with Siag. Your Lordship, it seems it will start getting busier. Right. Let's work hard. When I held my hand out to Captain Artonan, he firmly shook my hand. With the present for Arno at my side, I headed back home. As ever, the village ladies were busy. I decided to visit the shop on my way back. I spoke to the shop lady. Welcome. Rather, if it isn't the Lord. Good afternoon. Seeing the two of us, she commented. You get along well as always. Thanks to you. I ended up grinning. While I had my cheek loose, we started talking about the wooden bears. I came to reality in a snap. I'll report in 3 days. I'll leave it to you. All right. At the shop, I bought ingredients for making cake. Next door, the Crimson Eagle was on its regular holiday today. From outside, I could see Aina and Emmerich, so I went in. These two are delicious. Very much. Like I said, that's not my lord. On the table, there were large amounts of snacks. It seems like the two of them were having a tasting session. Aina told me I came at a good time. This person, he just says everything tastes good. There's no meaning to the tasting. But Aina-chan's food is all delicious. That's not helping. Looks like Aina's food all tastes good for Emmerich. I felt pleased at seeing the two of them. So, my lord, you try some too actually. It's Arno's birthday today, right? I see. Right. Then try asking the lady next door. Sorry about that. No, it's all right. Aina and Emmerich offered words of celebration. It seems like there are snacks for celebrating prepared. Even as I made stops, I managed to return home. At the front yard, people were preparing for the birthday party. There were quilts laid out, with cushions for everyone. Today, I invited the Rango family and Luca. You're back? Luca and Maruperon were hauling a large fish on a wide dish. You are? What an amazing fish. Where'd you get this? When I asked about the big fish, Maruperon happily explained. Father and Luca caught it. Rather than catch, it was more like grabbing it by force. It seems like Luca went fishing with Taperon. I wonder when they became friendly. Good gracious. To get along with all the family. What a good child Luca is, I thought. Ritz, let's make the cake now. Right. It was soon time for the birthday party. I went behind the house and started making cake at the outdoors kitchen with Siag. First, I got some eggs from the coop. While Siag measured the ingredients, I whisked the egg whites so that they would foam. For soft cake, proper whipping is very important. Since it was cake for Arno, I put in only a little sugar. Instead, I put in a lot of sweet berries. Flour and melted butter was mixed and poured into a mold, after which it was baked. The cake came out well. When we returned to the place of the birthday party, there was plenty of food on top the quilts. It looks like Ryuperon outdid herself. There was a feast. Richin, did you get the cake? Yup. Nicely done. I was told to place it in the center. Arno looked happy as he sat on the lap of the lovely bear man. Tiburon. Everything was prepared. Everyone sat down and Ryuperon handed out drinks. First, I greeted everyone that gathered. Okay, today, the sunlight is nice, and I thank you for gathering for my son Arno's first birthday. Since there are the white nights in summer, the sun won't set. I told everyone to enjoy it without worrying about the time. After giving a toast, I lifted the kuxa holding berry juice. Using freshly picked berries, the juice was sweet and sour and very tasty. Today's guest of honor, Arno, was eating well, maybe because he got hungry. Ryuperon helped him eat with a smile. Some food fell onto Tiburon's legs, but he did not look troubled at all. He would just watch Arno, his cheeks loosening at rare moments. Ryuperon tried to feed Luca cheese, but he refused with his face all red and flushed. Well, he is at that age after all. Mother was cooking something else. Siak helped too. Even at a time like, father was diligently writing something. In the middle, he was scolded by Mother. Eat a bit. A little later, I went to pick Arno up. I thanked Tiburon and Ryuperon, then started walking while holding his hand. Arno could start waddling now. The appearance is too cute. I returned to my seat and sat him on my lap, thinking that the cake should have cooled by now. I made a small slice for him. Asti. I see, so it's tasty. Mummy and Daddy made it together. When I told him that, Arno smiled sweetly. He's just so cute. It seems like he liked the cake, since he finished eating on piece very quickly. Since he was now full, he started nodding off. Watching that was never tiring. Ritz. What's wrong? It appears that I've been moved while watching Arno. I realized that my eyes had grown teary. Siag. What is it? Later, I have something to say to everyone. I wanted to give her my thanks. Also, that I could continue to be in her care. Please continue taking care of me. My wife. Then, Siag returned something too. I'm still inexperienced, but please take care of me too. My husband. The two of us looked at each other and smiled. Today, the white night sun would not set, and the dishes filled with the blessings of the forest was delicious. Arno was in my arms, while Siak was next to him. What a wonderful birthday party, I thought. It's been 3 years since I married Siak. The surroundings changed greatly. The busy days continued, but I can work hard as long as I have my family. I couldn't help but think that hunting, gathering and eating, that's all there is. But these are lovely days. Our life would continue on. The snow country hunting life of the northern nobleman and the raptor wife, and they lived happily ever after. Afterwards, the snow country hunting life of the northern nobleman and the raptor wife is now finished. How many final chapters have you written? You might say, but it's really finished now. It became the longest one out of all my works. This work received an award at the 3rd Elysium Novel Competition, and it was even published into a book. You never know what might happen in life. I recall thinking back then, I'm very thankful to the one in charge of design and illustrations, Akaniko-sensei. No words of gratitude will be enough. Also, I think working with an editor affected my work a lot. Just a few words of advice could evolve into a story. I received a lot of help. The second last line of the final chapter, hunting, gathering and eating. That's all there is, but these are lovely days. That line was thanks to my editor. The moment I saw that, I immediately liked it, thinking that it captured the spirit of the novel. I asked for permission and used it for the final chapter. The people I want to thank the most are the readers that continued to support me. Thanks to your support, I could continue until the end, and I even managed to get the novel published. Thank you very much. I'll continue to write stories that will satisfy you. Thank you so much. Short stories. Chapter 1. Richel's Soliloquy. Richin married. The wife is Sigalin Chan, a beautiful red-haired lady. After Richin introduced her to me, when I asked, "Can I call you Lin Chan?" the way she replied shyly was very cute. The way Lin Chan was looking at Richin was very kind. So I ended up feeling relieved. I wonder if I'm just imagining it if I say that the two of them look more like a friendly older sister and a younger brother than wife and husband. I wonder if I'm thinking that because Lin Chan is older. I recall Richin wanting an older sister when he was little. It was very hard to say, an older sister isn't possible, to Richin who was pleading hard. At the same time, I ended up remembering Richin's sad expression. He was a spoiled child and easily got lonely, so it would have been nice if he had a kind older sister. I remember talking about such a dreamy thing before. Thinking about that, I really felt sorry for leaving him alone for 10 years. He must have been very lonely and insecure. However, I was worried about my husband Lucas-san. After father passed away, he said that his work is finished and that he would be going on a trip. However, he had a face like a man going off to his death. We were just going to have a short trip and return soon when his mood improved, but his emotional scar was deep and took long to heal. To be honest, I did not have the courage to face Richin. I thought that we would not be forgiven. However, Richin forgave us. Indeed, Lin Chan's presence must have been great. I could tell after seeing the two of them together. I can't thank Lin Chan enough. After returning to the village, we began a new life. Lucas-san is ever the same, but I think he's been changing bit by bit. I could tell that they were compromising so that he would grow an attachment to the village. Returning after a decade, the criticisms at us were tough, but I knew that they were natural reactions. I felt that it would be nice if it gradually softens. A few months later, Richin, Lin Chan, and our new family member Ano-chan came back to the village. I was so happy that tears came out. Maybe because Ano-chan was born, Richin and Lin Chan's mood felt different. From feeling like a kind older sister and a spoiled younger brother, they now felt more like a married couple pouring love to their child. The new life was boisterous and was never without smiles. Richin deeply loved his family and was happy. It really was a miraculous daily life. In that life, a great change came. Lucas-san returned to his homeland to present his research. He said that he didn't want to go because Ano-chan was too cute. However, he was using state funds, so he had no say in the matter. People from his home came, so he had to leave the village. When I told him that I'm staying in the village, he looked very shocked. However, he did not have the irresponsible and grim atmosphere like before. Also, I could tell that he had an attachment to this village. Even if I'm not with him, I felt confident that he would return. He's all right now. I don't have to worry about him anymore. I could rest assured and send him off. There's not much I can do, but this time for sure I need to support Richin and others. A new life began like that. Lin Chan is a hard worker, working diligently. She's shy and reserved, but she is indeed a warm and wonderful person. Richin is still bright and very healthy. He's still the spoiled child though. Maybe I accidentally stumbled upon him leaning against Lin Chan, so Mummy apologized so many times. Ano-chan was growing healthily. I could see him growing into a handsome boy looking like Lin Chan. Lucas-san started sending letters regularly. It seems like he can't bear it, being so curious about how the family is doing. People can change. I thought happily. Like that, we're living leisurely and peacefully every day. I sincerely pray that we would be able to live happily without forgetting gratitude. The end. Chapter 2. Making beer. I was at the table with my parents, Siag and Ano. Everyone was talking with serious expressions. The topic was about this village's specialty. Further noted that there were reindeer meat, many different kinds of berries and handicrafts like kuxas among many other things, yet there wasn't any food or good that could represent the place. For tourists, specialty goods are attractive, you see. I see. Father's critique was sharp and accurate. I've been working to try and increase the number of tourists, but they never increased to more than the year Siag came here. In hindsight, goods similar to things such as reindeer meat, berries and handicrafts are found in other nearby villages. We started getting somewhere with the eagle symbol on the kuxas, but that didn't feel like much. Then, what would be good? We gathered to discuss that. I gathered up the village's produce I had in the house. Reindeer meat, berry juice, jam, alcohol, handicrafts with eagle marks, linen, wooden bears, honey, documents on the crimson eagle, etc. We couldn't really think of a bright idea. Bear. Amidst the silence, Arno gave his opinion. Right, bears, that might be nice. There's the mascot character Tiburon. So it might become the attraction of the village. Maybe a corner called Meet White Bear Sand for children. Well, there aren't many children coming here on tours though. So, in the end, we need something for adults. Siag murmured something about alcohol. There's berry wine in other villages and ours isn't much of a specialty that's different from others. While I was pondering with a frown on my face, Mother made a suggestion. Richin, how about honey beer? I see, beer. If it's honey, it would be made into mead, but those are made easily in homes so they won't attract much attention. Beer is nice and loved by both men and women. Moreover, honey beer sounds pretty nice. There shouldn't any problems with the honey, I thought. A lot was gathered just this year. Next year, I want to add more hives so that we could get more honey for selling and making alcohol. The problem is how to make it. But maybe the procedure is written in one of the books in grandfather's library? Harugun, if it's beer, I can tell you how. I ended up getting surprised at father. He said that he only read it and hadn't actually made it, but that he clearly remembers the ingredients and the procedure. What a dependable father. I was moved a bit. Beer, as its name suggests, is alcohol made using fermented barley, and the process is accelerated through adding sugar. The main ingredients are malted barley, hops, yeast, water and sugar. Other than hop, the ingredients for the drink can be gathered in this village. Further told me that honey beer can be made by using honey instead of sugar. Why don't we try making some samples? Dad, can you help me? Yeah, all right. For now, the candidate for our special produce is decided. If and when the honey beer is completed, I'm planning on using the white bear and honey Mother drew for the packaging section. My first work together with father began. Malted barley is, like how it sounds, germinated barley. First, barley is soaked in water. Even though it sprouts, it sounds like the appearance isn't different from normal barley. As you can see, it's not to be sprouted fully, but budding barely above the surface. Hey! It's ready once the malted barley is slightly plump. If there are any roots protruding, they are removed. After that, they are dried in sunlight. Once the barley is completely dried, they are then toasted in pots. It seems like they are ready once cracking sounds are heard. Next, we smash the malted barley. The toasted barley are placed in a clean bag, then pounded using a board and a wooden stick. After that, he told me that we have to boil them. We will mash the barley in a pot for a while, but be careful to not let the temperature drop. All right. 3 hours after putting the barley in the pot, I sometimes stirred the stew so that it would boil well. The finished thing is filtered using cloth, then further squeezed with hotter water. This squeezed mixture is called wort. Into this wort, hop for bitter flavor and honey for accelerating the process is added. Then it's boiled. The mixture and water is put into a disinfected bottle. Since it seems like they all need to be cooled, I drew some water from the well. Once it cooled sufficiently, I put in some yeast. A few hours later, there were foams forming. Looks like the process is properly going. After a week, the foams stop, after which the liquid is poured into a different bottle. Here, more honey is put in. It is finished after about a month of leaving it in a dark place. Harugun, it's finally finished. Yeah, that was long. Summer was over, and the season was completely in autumn. We took out the honey beer that was left in a cool place. First, father and I need to test it. I wanted to check the shade, so I poured some into a transparent glass cup. With fizzing sounds, small bubble popped. I was imagining a beautiful amber shade, but the beer had an ochre shade. Should I say? It had a really complicated shade. Ah. It's murky after all. How come? Protein's probably the reason why. That can't be. It seems like an agent called carrageenan is needed. He said that it's not sold in these areas. Carrageenan comes from seaweeds from southern countries. I see. Well, the appearance doesn't matter. What's important is the taste. I gulped from nervousness. Father was going to have the first taste. He had the usual carefree smile, so I couldn't tell if it was good or not. Looks like I need to check it myself. I mustered up courage and took a sip. Wow! After the beer passed down my throat, I let out a voice of surprise. What should I say? It was very bitter. Looks like we used too much hop. It's cold, so the bitter taste is sharp. However, there was a soft aftertaste of honey. A flowery scent lingered too. This isn't too bad. It was a taste that could be perfected after some effort. Father put in some honey and lemon into the glass. After saying that it shouldn't be as bitter, he handed me the drink. Ah, this is nice. Because there was additional honey, the taste was mild and it went well with the refreshing flavor of the lemon. I gulped it down in a blink. Well, it needs improvement, though. Still, this is very nice, Dad. Then that's nice. After saying that, he smiled happily. I wonder if this is Father's real smile. I stared at him. At night, Siak tried some honey beer too. After Arno was born, she didn't have much alcohol, so this will be a drinking party after a long time. So it's finally finished? Yes. Am I not amazing? I wanted to be complimented by her, so I appealed how I did many things. When I leaned against her shoulder, she stroked my head, saying, "You did well." Yes, I'm trying my best every day for this. And for my wife who is also working hard every day. I poured some honey beer for her. Would like some honey and lemon? No. I want to try it on its own first. It was rather bitter, but Siak drank it all without batting an eyebrow. How is it? Delicious. Really? Of course. It tastes a little bitter, but there's also the sweet flavor of honey, so it's good. I see. I'm planning on having other people taste it and make changes to it. As the two of us were enjoying beer, I noticed a small change in Siag. Her face was red, which was a rare thing. Could it be from alcohol? Maybe. I feel a little lightheaded. Maybe it's because I drank after a long time, Siegelind murmured. Want me lend a shoulder? When I asked so, she gently leaned against me. My face is hot. That's rare. When I touched her cheek, it was hot. Ritz, your hand is nice and cool. While saying that, she entrusted her weight to me. I feel a little sleepy now. It's okay if you sleep. I'll carry you to the bed. Drunk Siag is very cute and I feel happy that she's relying on me like this. Crackling sounds of wood burning came from the fireplace. Before I realized it, Siag really fell asleep. Since she always sleeps later and wakes up earlier than me, her sleeping face is valuable. I enjoyed the quiet night for a while like that. The end. Chapter 3. Emmerich David Siegelind Observation Diary. This is a story from more than a decade ago. Now, Siegelind is very ladylike next to Ritzhard Kun, but when she used to be a soldier there was a period where she was very rough. I end shuddering just from recalling those days. Here I write down the sad recollection of her youth. I'm going to my family's place on the weekend. Having come back after saying that, Siegelind had an amazingly sour face. It seems like there was a big problem at her family's place, but it was no mood for me to listen to it with a light mood. I thought about telling her to relax her face to begin with, but when I called her the expression that faced me was terrifying, so I could only say, welcome back. I regretted that I should have warned her about her expression the next day. When I went to the dining hall, I saw Siegelind in trouble with a soldier 4 years her senior, Gottfried Hagel. He was enraged. Apparently, he was pleased with Siegelind's impudent expression, attitude and way of speech. As for her, she judged that he was treating her like a servant and pointed out that such was against regulations. Gottfried seemed to have had a bad opinion of Siegelind, who was higher ranked, and so he was enraged more than necessary. It felt as though he would hit her at a moment's notice. I really need to do something as a friend here, I thought, and cut in between them. With a height just under 190, a body full of muscles, a shaved head and a stern face, Gottfried stared down at me with bloodshot eyes. I felt like crying, but I told them that fighting would end in disciplinary confinement. Gottfried then shouted that he won't have peace of mind then. Even if you say that, there's no way, I shouted in my head. Can you forgive with me with a bar of chocolate? I made a crooked smile as I tried to improve the mood. To end the stalemate, Siegelind made a suggestion. How about putting in a request for a special training session and have a sparring session? What is this lady suggesting? I turned around slowly while trembling from fear. Seeing her face, I unconsciously let out a scream. That face was like a ferocious eagle looking at its prey. Gottfried, possibly because he was affected too, replied that he accepts in a slightly shrill voice. After our shift was over, Siegelind and Gottfried's special training was about to begin. There were many spectators gathering at the training ground. It looked like there were many new recruits. If I recall correctly, they were Siegelind's trainees, weren't they? Maybe they had come to cheer their former instructor on. Gottfried's underlings were overwhelmingly in the minority. His stern-faced friends looked displeased. It would be an away game, but that wasn't so. Time to breath out a sigh. That's after the training ends safely without injuries. Siegelind asked me to be the judge, so I reluctantly stood in front of the two. In the sparring trainings of the army, there are fighting barehanded, hand-to-hand combat, fighting with guns with blades attached, bayonet fighting and fighting with short blades, knife fighting, these three kinds. Siegelind asked Gottfried to choose. He chose hand-to-hand combat. Hearing that, I felt relieved. Since Siegelind feels most pride in her barehanded fighting skills, I've seen her knocking down men larger than Gottfried many times. Thus, I thought that he will be the loser. As expected, she did a roundhouse kick aimed for a weak point, not between the legs, and easily sent Gottfried flying. Wah! Came the cheers. With a composed expression, she announced that training was over and exited the grounds. I quickly followed after her. I somehow caught up and invited her out for a drink. Her expression softened compared when I saw her at the dining hall at lunchtime, but there was no reason to leave this dangerous eagle alone. Having thought that there should be a change of mood, I had mustered up my courage. I thought that it might be turned down, but Siegelind readily accepted. We decided to meet at the bar after changing clothes. I couldn't find Siegelind immediately. When I wondered why, the handsome lady was hunted by another lady who was sitting next to her. She had a long black coat and jammed her hat on, so I couldn't notice her at all. Noticing me, Siegelind told the lady that she had company and came over to me. I was glared at by the lady that was doing the hunting. No, we're not in that kind of relationship. It was the first time I entered that bar. It's a classy store, I always thought, and did not have courage to go in alone. I excitedly sat down at the counter. Sieg asked for a drink that had high alcohol content. A young bartender asked me about my order, and I did not have a menu, so I asked for the same thing she ordered. What should I do? I'm not a good drinker. The drinks were prepared. Siegelind quickly downed the glass, so I drank it down too, but a fiery pain scorched my tongue and throat. What to drink? I felt like complaining. For the second drink, I requested a sweet drink. It was a random order, but I was given a lovely pink drink with a cherry floating. That was tasty. For a while, we drank in silence while munching on side dishes. In the middle, she spoke up. She told me that she's sorry for making worry. It appeared that she had noticed my intentions. While I was at it, I asked what happened at her family's place. I thought that she might not answer, but Siegelind told me a little. Her story was very simple. Her family presented to her portraits for marriage interviews, or so. Siegelind turned 20 the next winter. If it were normal young noble ladies, they would have already have married and have children. So her family's request is not unreasonable. However, it wasn't as though I didn't understand how she felt. She served in the army from when she was 13 and achieved many military feats. It would be a hard story for Siegelind to get educated as a lady, marry and make a family. I thought that her mind must be more conflicted more than I could imagine. Seeing her profile filled with anger, I couldn't continue questioning her. Marriage may be the normal, ideal form of happiness. However, it's not necessary for me now, said she. Her tone was firm. In that reply, there was something like a rejection for any help from anyone. Having been a superb soldier from a long time ago, she had earned envy and undue resentment too. Getting promoted faster than others, she must have been lonely. Around Siegelind, there was a tall and thick wall. I thought that she was like an eagle, that she did not let her guard down around anyone. Even in my long friendship, I had not seen her smile brightly. Isn't she a lonely and poor woman? Unfortunately, I had no clue how to help her. I dearly hoped that she would find someone that would be a tree that she could rest upon. More than a decade passed from that day. Siegelind is now. The season is early summer. Thanks to the continued white nights, the village was in a bright mood. The villagers wait for this season where the sun does not set during winter. My wife ordered me to take some snacks to the Lord's mansion, so I decided to share some of the fish I caught while I was at it. When I passed the gate and was walking through the garden, there were shadows of two people under a big tree. That's Ritzhard Kun and Siegelind. My eyes met with Ritzkun's. When I was about to wave in greeting, he put his finger up to his lips. Looks like he wants me to be quiet. When I approached gently, Siegelind was asleep, leaning against Ritzhard Kun's shoulder. Recalling the past days, I thought that she was in a defenseless state, sleeping in a relaxed state, trusting her partner. At that moment, I thought about her lonely days in the army. Siegelind found a husband who she could wholeheartedly trust and depend on. Seeing the two of them, my eyes grew teary and I felt like crying. To the happy couple, I sent my sincerest congratulations. It's rather late, but congratulations on your marriage, Siegelind. The end. End of Volume 4. Series completed.